right, we are good to go. We're gonna start with the roll call, or welcome to the committee of the whole anyway to deal with the budget. And we have a whole bunch of series of presentations today. Start with the roll call, Reed McLaren. Present. Councilor Close.
Present.
Councilor Roberts. Councilor Gray.
Present.
Councilor Summers.
Present.
Councilor Russell.
Present.
And I'm here as well. I have a pecuniary interest, if we have any disclosure at this time. Seeing none, we'll move on. I have a proposed motion that the agenda be adopted as presented. Moved by Councilor Russell, seconded by Councilor Close, all in favor. And that's carried. We're going to move right to our reports. Corporate services. We're going to start with Suzanne's going to do a little intro, and then Nicole's going to present the survey results from the consultations, and then we'll move into the agenda as it is, Rhonda and everybody else. So, no further ado, we'll have Suzanne.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I'd just like to thank our members of council for doing what you had to do on scheduling within your lives to be here for a daytime special meeting. I know that was challenging, more challenging for some, but challenging probably across the board to do something a little bit different. So that's appreciated from staff's perspective, certainly. Today's an opportunity for council to ask questions and get us to a final budget. Staff are asking the council to propose motions where changes are requested. This will provide our staff with clear direction, and it will also support a transparent process for the public. Topics that come up that aren't directly related to the budget or budget changes, we will put onto an action list and ensure that we bring that forward at a subsequent town meeting. And where staff reports are required, we can have those prepared as well. But the focus of today is to try to stay within the agenda of revising the draft of final budget. We look forward to today's discussion and we hope that it will be one that is productive, professional, and effective. And I believe that we're all committed to supporting the goal of finalizing a budget that best serves the needs of the township in 2025. And Nicole has prepared a summary of the public survey results. I can pass that back through the chair, or do you want me to just go straight to Nicole for the? Go to Nicole, hand over for the public survey results.
Just a reminder for everybody to wake up their microphone thingies. Slow today.
They are very slow indeed. First off, I would just like to thank the community for their participation in our first ever budget survey. I think overall it was a success. 254 people took the time to reach out and respond. And from that, I have prepared for council a little bit of a summary of not all the questions, but sort of the top questions that probably will be important in informing your decision as we work through the budget. So I'm going to do a brief highlight of all of the questions, and I will be sharing the budget summary with the community as well after the meeting. So first off, not everybody responded to all of the questions, but in some cases we had 254 responses to those questions. So particularly question one, which is where people are from. 254 people, everybody answered this question, with overwhelming, or 30% of those residing or owning property in Ward 2, followed closely by Ward 1, Ward 3, Ward 4, Ward 5, and 6 respondents who do not live or own property in the township, but felt so inclined to take the survey anyways. Question 2, not on your results, but interesting nonetheless, talked about describes the nature of the person taking the form. Again, this was answered by 254 people, and the 230 of those indicated that they own a house in Lanark Highlands. It's a bit hard to see on the screen, but nonetheless, 10 people rent a home, and then we get down into sort of some small numbers, but 10 respondents don't live in the township. Age group, another interesting category. Overwhelming response of 94, or 37% of our respondents are 65 plus, followed then by people 55 to 64. Some small or an interesting size group at 35 to 44. Interestingly, 3 people in the 18 to 24 graphic decided to complete the survey. Again, question 4, 254 respondents, speaks to how long people have owned property in Lanark Highlands. 168 of the respondents are 10 plus years living in the community or owning property in the community, followed closely by 5 to 10. Interestingly, 24 new here, and nice to see that they took the time to respond and reach out and engage. So we get into some rating questions here about the services that are particularly, or the services that are supplied by the municipality. And they're ranked, and in the blue, those are things that are extremely important to our residents. So off the top, extremely important to our residents are fire and emergency response, winter maintenance, and of sort of mid-weight importance, police and protection, and interestingly, inspections, services, building permits. So those are kind of broken down in your package for this morning, as we'll see a nice correlation between these and as we work through the budget document. We had sort of a mixed response on satisfaction of the level of service delivery. We rounded out 218 responses on this one, 36 people chose to skip it, and we're averaging now about 50% satisfaction level. Next question, in your package, you will see a word cloud. And in this case, people have the opportunity to write in what their #1 priority was. And interestingly, the word cloud does a nice visual display of that #1, and you'll see it big and bold, roads. Roads, 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 definitely the #1 priority for the 254 respondents. We then get into some priorities in terms of the importance of things and to our communities. And people in order prioritized the following in terms of their needs in the community: a safe and sustainable community, a transparent and accountable council, fiscal responsibility, modern and efficient municipal services, healthy, active, inclusive living, and then coming in at the bottom, a strong and diverse economy. So in the last question, we had 141 responses, 113 chose to skip this. Of the 141 answers, there were a number of no's. So in the end, we had about 119 engaged responses to the open-ended questions. And so if you look on the last page of your survey, I've compiled sort of the themes from that open-ended feedback. And so again, some interesting parallels to the word cloud, in that first and foremost, road conditions and infrastructure were highlighted. And in particular, people got specific about the roads, so Sny Road, White Lake, Darling, and Robertson Lake areas. Many requests for resurfacing, grading, and paving of rural roads. Lots of comments regarding the financial transparency and accountability. So numerous suggestions for clear financial reporting, audits, and in particular reference to a perception of missing funds, water and sewer reserves and capital spending. Some frustration with the budget delay and unexplained line items, etc. Many requests for equity across the board, so rural and seasonal residents, particularly White Lake and Ward 2, feel a little underserved. There's concerns too that village-focused decisions don't reflect the entirety of the community. Fire and emergency services, again, primary concern for residents. And some of those in terms of where and the coverage and fast emergency response being of interest to those residents. Lots of strong support for our libraries, museums, and community hubs. That was a nice highlight. A desire for engagement and more opportunities for people to give feedback through public surveys and forums. Many comments regarding taxes and the growth in those taxes. Many comments on the timing of the budget and the process. A lot of, or some, general dissatisfaction with services and governance. And a lot of comments, in particular, opposition to the pit and quarry development and requests for better environmental planning and protection. So in general, I think there's a lot of good data that we received through this survey, and we'll commit to reissuing the survey in the fall with a bit of a longer lead time to really help us inform the 2026 budget and allow our, we'll do a little bit more promotion and see if we can get that number up to, maybe lofty goal 500. And if you have any questions, I will be sharing this with the community so they're aware that their voices were heard and their comments should be reflected in what they see. So I hope this informs your journey through the budget day.
Any questions on the vote?
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. That was good. So now we're just going to move on to the presentation from Wanda.
Thank you, Chair. This time I would ask you to turn to page 13 of your agenda package. So the budget basically reflects, or is still the same as it was at the March 6th meeting with a few changes that were made subsequent to that date. And they're noted on the bottom sort of last 4 lines of this spreadsheet. So we added consulting fees for the risk management assessment that council had asked for. So that totaled $22,150, and that was a result of a quote received from Healthy Insurance to do that risk assessment for the township. Another item that was taken to council and agreed upon was funds for flag rockets for Legion. That was $1,500.
I'm sure that they're on my sheet. I think some people.
Page 13?
No, some people are on 13 of the agenda package as
Yeah.
opposed to 13 of the
I'm not
budget.
The draft.
It's 13 of the budget, but it's
Oh,
17
13 of the budget. I'm
Just to
sorry.
be clear on that. 17. 17 of your agenda.
I apologize, I thought this was the agenda numbering, so my apologies.
Well, there, that makes sense. Okay.
All right. So again, 22,150 added for insurance risk assessment $1,500 for flag brackets for the Legion. Then we added $2,500 as supports for Atlantic Village Museum and Library, and that was a request that came forward from that organization. And we're applying operating reserves to that so that there were no changes to the tax rate as first presented on March 6th. And other than that, there were no other changes made to the draft. And at this time, I think that we can begin presentations from staff.
Any questions?
I'll wait till it comes up, and then insurance after.
Okay. So we're gonna move now to Amanda Robinson, presentation.
Just want to make note that Steve's here.
Can I do that?
All yours.
Welcome, Amanda, and we give a presentation on behalf of the library.
I think it's on, is it on?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. The library is here today to present our 2025 budget request. Before doing so, I would just like to take a few moments to highlight some of our recent successes. We've been providing council and the community with detailed quarterly and annual reports. And so today I would like to widen the lens and reflect on the commitment that we made to the community 5 years ago when we launched our 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. At that time, we set a clear mission to celebrate ideas, promote creativity, connect people, and enrich the lives of those in our community by providing equal access to information, resources, and changing technologies. Since then, we have identified gaps in the resources, programs, and services available within the community, and we aim to add value and not duplication wherever possible. We have worked very hard to build a collection of portable assets through external grants that allow us to introduce STEM and robotics to children and creative expression and connection building for our adult population. At the start of the strategic plan, we created a roadmap that identified 135 action items, some of them small and attainable, others far more daunting. We're pleased to say that to date, we've accomplished 112 or 83% of these goals with the hope of accomplishing more before year's end. We also set a clear vision. By 2025, we promised to be a welcoming, inclusive, and creative space where people come to connect, discover, and grow. Despite new leadership, changes in staff, a pandemic, budget constraints, and a world filled with uncertainty, we're so proud to stand here today and say that we succeeded. Word is mouth in the community, the positive testimonials that flood our social media, our email inbox, and passed on to us in person, let us know that our vision is realized. While we have a lot to be proud of, we couldn't have done it alone. We want to acknowledge the support that we have received along the way, and we want to share our success with the township staff, with council, those who made additional investments in the library through grants and donations, and of course the community itself. Without each and every one of you, we would not have grown into the organization we are today. Lastly, and we think most importantly, we set 5 core organizational values. These values guide our decision-making, our policies, our day-to-day actions, and our focus. It is our values that steer us in the right direction. The first value we identified was innovation. We collaborate, evaluate, and continually improve. We look for creative solutions to overcome barriers, we embrace change, and we look for opportunities to say yes. Our second value is excellence. We're a vibrant, spirited library that demands outstanding performance in all areas. We focus on quality and consistently aim high to deliver outstanding results. We value engagement, and we aim to engage community members of all ages to facilitate the exchange of ideas and lived experiences amongst and between generations. We value accessibility. We support and encourage learning in all forms. We adapt our services to support the diverse needs and requirements of all our users. Lastly, and most significantly, the library values responsible stewardship of all the resources with which we have been entrusted. We are accountable for ensuring the proper use of public funds. We take seriously our responsibility to maximize the efficiency of staff time and talent, making the best use of all our resources. With that in mind, I would like to turn our attention to the 2025 budget request. This year, we're seeking an increase to our budget of just over $33,000. This represents 0.69% of the proposed tax levy increase and is limited to addressing our wage obligations and responding to a few known increases beyond our control. Every attempt was made to mitigate this request. We froze several budget lines, which in the existing economic climate will require us to find additional funding to meet our current obligations. We have increased our projected revenues, and we will continue our reliance on grants to offer core library services. The library is committed to seeking out and securing funding from external sources. In fact, we relish in the endeavor. Unfortunately, however, too much of our external grant seeking is required to fund core library services, and this makes us vulnerable. But that is a problem to be solved in future budget requests. Today, our ask simply maintains current service levels. Based on our performance indicators and feedback, we continue to have a positive impact on the community. We'd like to take this opportunity to remind council and the public that our up-to-date collections, our online access to e-resources, our growing Library of Things collection, our computer services and programs for all ages are available free of charge to anyone in the community who is seeking relief from financial constraints. Your library is not what you remember from your childhood. It offers so much more, can save you money, and we encourage you to visit and check us out. We appreciate your time and consideration and are happy to answer any questions you may have for us. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if everybody found the part, it's on page 45 of the budget. I'm looking after all the details on the library stuff. Does anybody have any questions about that? Sorry, question?
Thank you, Amanda, that was great. I just want to point out that my fault, there's a small typo in the budget document on page, the summary on page 47 versus Amanda's budget on page 48, sorry. So it should be $900 higher. And I also forgot to mention that I am keeping a running total that you'll see on the screen of any proposed changes that are made today and their impact on the tax levy as we move forward here today.
Got it. Okay, any other questions of the library? All right, I guess we're pretty well informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are moving along very quickly. Next up is Chief Stephen Rockwell. We've got 45 minutes to talk about the fire department.
Thank you, Council. So the proposed fire budget has been forward with consultation with the firefighters and
Just interrupt you, is it possible when we start off for you to tell us where in the package you are?
Yeah.
Just so we can find it, this is about 100 pages here. Is there an index?
32. Of the budget document? No, the agenda, 28 is what a budget does. That's from Bishop Albert.
Sure.
Sorry, just for your reference too, as we go through the day and different managers come to present the budgets, the capital is on page 25, so that's one that you'll be using quite often today.
thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good there now?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, so it was put forward with our firefighters and the officers. We looked at the fire plans that the council has approved, and it's reflective of the community, the commitment of fiscal responsibility while ensuring safety of our community and of utmost importance our firefighters. So in the capital side, you'll see, the financing for 2 chassis, which are set to arrive around December of this year. For 455 PPE replacements, every 10 years we have the obligation to replace bucker gear, jackets, pants, helmets, etc. On the PPE replacements and it was the PPE reserve, I would like to bring up, we had tremendous feedback on our recruitment this year. We had 20 applications. So it's great, but in taking on more than we have in years past, there is a chance that we may have to procure additional bucker sets of bucker gear. We do currently have 8 sets in reserve, but as you can see, there's definitely different size of firefighters out there, so just because of 8 sets doesn't mean it's going to fit more than 2 people. So what staff will be looking is, if council could give direction to staff to authorize up to an additional 12,500 from the PD reserve today, and then I would bring forward a report to council if we do have to use any additional use of the reserve. And what this would be doing is outfitting some of our existing firefighters that have years remaining on the bunker gear, putting those sets of bunker gear onto new recruits, and then once the new recruits go through the training, we would then have a couple of years to make sure they're committed to the fire service before we outfit them with $10,000 worth of equipment. So that would be the plan we're looking at there. Right now there's 20,000 for our existing firefighters, but there is a chance we'll have to, if we're going to take on say 8 to 10 firefighters, there's substantial cost to that as well. So just wanted to highlight that if we could have a motion or you guys approve that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Marina. I'm not 100% clear what it is, but I think the goal is. Okay. And seconded by Steve. Sorry?
Question for.
Okay, seconded by Ron, and Steve has a question.
Morning, just on the, on our recruitment, we bring on 20 at all at once. I don't think are possible that we have 20 successful candidates. That would be great, but it may be a question. Do we not have a rate of adoption of new firefighters that would complement equipment that we have in stock for that purpose? Looks to me like just a linear thing that we buy all this gear that we're gonna be bringing in 20 applicants at a time. If we were to amortize that out a little bit, so we were bringing in say 5 recruits at a time, we had 5 sets of gear costs for that training. Even at whatever kind of statistical success rate would be on our candidates, so that we didn't have an abundance of material funding in AE for this recruitment process. Once the firefighters get through the recruitment, I can see extending monies for custom fitted gear so that it fits properly for safety reasons. But during the training and the recruitment process, is there not a lot of academic things that really don't need the gear, and the gear is more fit for actual fire training purposes? A lot of it, from my experience going through the processes, as far as processes adopted by and testing for your requirements for your certification. So my question would be, the expenses that you're asking for, these are one-off that could be maintained for several years, or is it something that this is a large number of recruits to take on at once to be rationed out? Reduction of the cost for
Thank you, sir. I think that's a lengthy question there. I'll try and summarize and answer the best I can. Of course, it was great to see 20 applicants. I think we all understand that out of that 20, we may have 50% that will actually make it through the process and be subject to our interview process. We have mandatory information session we're doing next Thursday, so we may end up, once people realize the commitment that it takes to become a firefighter nowadays, that we may lose some people there. So, like I said in a couple minutes ago, we are hoping in 8 firefighter kind of range, that'd be about 2 per station, we'll be looking to onboard. And certainly, yeah, we do have bunker gear inventory, but I think we can attest putting Ron into my bunker gear may not work so well. But there's definitely different sizes, and we are obligated under OSHA to make sure we are outfitting our firefighters with adequate bunker gear and ensure their safety. And when they go to new recruit training, yeah, there is a lot expensive theory component to it, but to pass your firefighter 1 and 2, there is most certainly live fire training that is a requirement, and we're obligated through the training center to make sure they have compliant gear. And being compliant gear does take into effect or into account the safety of it, so making sure that my bunker gear is not going to be a tripping hazard because it's too long on the legs. And also, if fitting people with bunker gear doesn't fit them leads to quicker deterioration as pants drag on the ground with extra cost. I think making sure we're fitting people with proper gear. Like I said in the opening statement, the most important thing is commitment to ensuring the safety of our firefighters. And I think that's kind of where the staff is trying to go with that. We're looking at the 8 people. We have spare gear. We're going to minimize what we can. We will bring firefighters forward. And before we commit, like I said, before we commit to these firefighters for the long term, we'll give them bunker gear that's 2 to 3 years from expiry. And it'll fit long-serving firefighters with the brand new bunker gear. And if somebody can, if anything else, Councillor, that I missed on that, I'd be happy to answer, but.
We have a motion on the floor,
Chair?
Brady?
I do have a for
Okay. Are you speaking to the motion or to?
No, the chief just asked if he had any more input.
Are you using your microphone? I can't hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't know. No, just, the chief had just offered to, go more, a little more in detail with this, and I just want to bring some point forward that, by no means am I suggesting that we put firefighters on a fire ground in substandard gear that doesn't fit, and that was part of what my statement was, that, in order to have gear that fits for our firefighters, it's expensive, and that's the cost of doing business. I was just looking at an efficient way of onboarding people. We have a 50% success rate, so we're cutting it from 5 to 10, or from 20 to 10 personnel. Is there not a more efficient way of using our gear so that we don't end up buying brand new gear to fit our firefighters and having a cache of used gear or secondary gear for recruitment that only occurs once or twice in a season rather than the rate that we're doing it right now?
Response to that, Chief?
I guess I will say the one hard part is this is a volunteer, so if this was something we're fitting firefighters full time that are going to committing to 10 years, it is quite easy to fit people with the correct gear, but we did just procure some bunker gear last year for firefighters, and unfortunately they had situations come up and they resigned within a year from the bunker gear being purchased for them. So the turnover rate is high. It's difficult to plan outside of having our 78 sets of bunker gear. Our planning is based on the 10-year, and we work with kind of the staff we have now with generic sizing. We do have it, but again, it's tough to size for every single person.
Can I just add something to that?
Sure.
Just to clarify, I think there's just a little bit of a communication miss here. When the chief said we're moving from 20 to looking at a 50% success rate, that's just the interview process and selecting who would become a recruit. The number we end up with at a new recruit level will be that about 2 per station, so somewhere in that 8 to 10 range where we would actually have recruits that then enter into the training. So I think just to clarify the numbers there, and I believe the process that the chief is trying to put forward is aligned with your request, Councillor Roberts, and that we are trying to find a way to make it the most cost-effective process possible to outfit those new recruits and ensure that our funds are being targeted towards our long-serving members and the best delivery of fire service through an effective volunteer model.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just saw that there was a budget that was proposed and we're now changing the budget and asking for more. this isn't a new, something that's new, but the request for more funding is new, so the budget has been submitted, and now there's an additional one, that's what I'm questioning.
Okay, I appreciate that, Counselor. I think we have averaged about 6 applications on our recruitment.
Okay, I think we've discussed this quite thoroughly, and we, let Marina have a question.
Thank you. It's not a question. I would like to thank Chief Rockwell. I think that many of us have been asking through this budget process to forward think and not put our backs against the wall in August, that we need 8 sets of bunker gear. So I can appreciate that for the last 3 months, we have been asking staff to constantly be looking at this budget till get to today. So I'm prepared to make the motion, that we pull $12,500 more from reserves to accommodate for new recruit bunker gear.
Okay, and I believe the second by Councillor Close. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Jeannie?
It's more a comment.
Yeah.
I actually had in my notes, in the fire department, no new PPE question mark. I was going to question it, and so I was glad to see that it was addressed, so thank you, I support it.
Good catch. Allison?
Thank you, and also with that, actually, I was gonna question how much we actually put to reserves, so I don't think it's enough.
Okay, so I see no more commentary. I'm going to call the question on the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right, Chief, thank you for that one.
And we'll go into the operating budgets. So on that, as discussed previously, we have full-time fire prevention and community safety officer included, the part-time training coordinator at 10 hours a week. The yearly increase which we included in our previously passed ENR budget or ENR bylaw, it does give the firefighters a yearly increase based on November and November. So that was included as well. And we will be completing a 5-year review of our fire department plan internally with myself. Building maintenance, there's a slight increase there for a new bay door at Station 2 in Middleville. It's been there since 1970 and the trucks have increased in size a bit there, so $8,000 we spent on a new door. And framing for that to make sure our new pumpers that arrives in March will fit in the truck bay. The increase in training, we have put a heavy focus on our mandatory certification. We're 97% compliant, but we're focusing more on our officer development now. And some Canning Street improvements at our training center. So we will be sending 15 officers, our current 15 officers in the fire service for officer development through effective commands, which is increasing the training, as a lot of times we focus on the minimums for our firefighters, and unfortunately the officers training gets set beside. So that is something that is important as well. And then we do have the tool safety equipment procurement. So a lot of our tools we have on our trucks are probably older than I am, and we're looking to modernize some of the equipment that we have on there, especially for health and safety reasons. The budget is pretty reflective of what we had last year, just some operating changes, increased decreases. But I think looking at our audited totals, we had a great 2024. We came in under our allotted amount. And we are putting more focus on training, which I think is something that was a big focus from our officers and firefighters in the service. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's the fire budget.
Okay, we'll start right here, or go way around with the Chief.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the first item in operating the grants, I'm just trying to understand what the big difference was there.
Yes, great question, Councillor. So that is for the fire protection grant for our new washing machines at Station 2 and Station 3. So that is the revenue line for that.
Thank you.
Randy, you have a question?
I was just saying to Jeannie that grant, if I remember correctly, hasn't been available for a few years, so it was new to us.
That's correct. That's the
Yeah.
first time it's been available.
Yeah. My comment, thank you, Chief Rodwell, my comment is regarding, the transfer to reserves, and I'll reference the report that we received not long ago about how we have many huge expenses coming up, and so it is going to be important that we keep, transferring to reserves for the fire department. I'm also gonna reference the budget survey, where that was one of the top priorities for many of our ratepayers. So I am prepared to make an adjustment or a motion, that the transfer to reserves go back to a minimum of 150,000. And I realize that's going to increase our levy, but I think that it is too low, and this isn't realistic, it's just going to set us up for a bigger increase in the next few years.
Okay. Allison?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question, so, not so much for Steve, but maybe Rhonda can just answer it. So the wages for the fire department to include the full-time, prevention and part-time training, the full 12 months is included in this wage calculation?
No, it is not, and I'm sorry, I don't exactly remember how many months I used, I feel like it was about 8. And I know we're getting close to it already being 8, but I thought maybe the budget would roll forward quicker. I can look that up for you though and let you know, I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you, so I think that's just my question, amongst all of the wages for if we can get it back at the next Calvin is, if we only allocated partials, what does that look like for 2026, just so we have an idea, I appreciate that. Chair, can I just go ahead and ask a couple of questions?
Sure, no, go ahead.
So, I also had kind of the question similar to Marina in the sense that it looks like we're really reducing our transfer to capital. I do see that we're going for debenture, and that the debenture portion for fire will be 106,000. So what is the intent for 2026 to pay that 106? Because I'm in agreement, I'd rather keep that allocation to reserves, so at least we're not, again, looking for that in 2026, that we're preparing now. I understand, and I appreciate the staff trying to come in at a low increase. I just don't wanna set us up for failure or that we're looking at cutting a whole bunch more in 2026. So I just, thoughts on that.
So, Rhonda, can I answer that?
That is a valid point, and as I mentioned at the first budget meeting, I feel like capital is significantly underfunded and that our reserve allocations are lacking. You're right, that was one of the areas that we reduced to come in at a 4%. In the absence of an updated asset management plan, it's a little bit difficult to answer the question about the needs going forward, but I do agree that regardless, the reserves should be increased, but that would be the will of council. If you maybe reduce something else to increase capital or increase the tax value to accommodate the motion that was put forward.
Yeah, I would just say, I kind of like the idea for any increased spending, we should, find the savings somewhere. And I'm not sure that I support a 2% tax increase just for that one item alone, that's awfully big. Allison, back to
So
you.
Chair, through you, so we're actually cutting capital to fund operating is what's happening with this. We're cutting $160,000 out of capital to fund operating, and that's where I have a concern, because I know that we're severely under budget on the capital. And I think that we need to have the discussion of, we're gonna need at least $106,000 to pay the fire portion of the debenture. Right now, we're putting 40, because we're cutting down to 40. So I would like to see, and I think there's a couple of other areas that I've noted that maybe we can cut or adjust, small amounts. And then my other question is, do we have any, and I appreciate Rhonda, you're doing a great job catching up on the last 2 years. Is there any kind of high level expectation of a surplus from 2024?
Without saying the numbers, 2023 did have a surplus, and not, because it's not audited at this point, I can say with certainty though that there was a surplus in 2023, and I am anticipating one in 2024 as well. I'm not quite done with 24, but I'm getting very, very close, and yes, I believe both years will have surpluses that will go to reserves.
And none of that, sorry, just because I know, and you don't need to say numbers and they're unaudited, that's not included in the current reserve schedule.
No, it is not, because the reserve schedule was prepared, I literally finished 2023 on Tuesday. So the reserve schedule does not include that, because it was unknown when the budget package was put together.
I appreciate that, I just wanted everybody to realize that potentially this could look a little bit better for us to be pulling that extra 15,000 for the PPE, because we're probably gonna have some surplus, as the chief said, we came in under budget, so, thank you.
Okay, more questions? Councilor Roberts?
I agree that the price of things, in their reserves are gonna have to go up. But I also agree that there's a 2% increase in the tax rate, isn't the proper way. I would like to see it done, reallocating things, so that we're planning for the future. I understand that we don't have an asset management plan, which would be actually a lot easier for us to operate by, but those are the kind of long-term planning strategies that we need to be able to make a concrete commitment to reserves rather than just like spend money is what we think. $70,000 doesn't seem to go too far in fire department equipment these days, so I would like to see an allocation there, but find it somewhere else, maybe in multiple sources. You have to get a little bit from everybody to get it, so that's how I get it. We know that's not public works, fires, and the majority of our capital expenses, we obviously funding that part of it.
Okay, Reed, Larry?
Yeah, sort of follow up to Green and Allison of not cutting the reserve allocations. Remember, we got the fire hall to build in the very near future, and we gotta build up to that also, so if we're talking about getting a hit, just covering the expense of the venture next year, what we won't get when we start building the fire hall, which is already in process.
Okay, so, Brandon, do we have a motion from you?
I did put a motion on the floor, Chair, to increase the transfer to reserves to 150,000.
Do we have a seconder to that motion?
I'd like to just amend that. Okay. Could we just amend that motion to increase the reserves, but to find the allocation elsewhere rather than the tax rate?
My question is, do we need motions for all this? It's coming back to Cal, like, this is a working session, can you not kind of put the changes up, see what it looks like? I mean, I'm leaving it up to you guys, it just seems like it's gonna be a lot of work to do motions on every single change.
In your introduction, CAO suggested that this would be helpful to our transparency and accountability in terms of giving clear direction to staff, and that's why they were asking for motions. And I don't see a problem with it.
It's just, slows us down forward,
We will go over the specific list of items. So we do have a motion, we have a seconder. Seconded by Reed McLaren, all in favor? And that's carried. I thought it was the amended motion.
So my intention, too many are on.
I'm sorry, I should have
That's
clarified
okay,
that.
thank you through you, Chair. My intention of the motion is that, yeah, we're on the second department of 7. I do have some suggestions later for places that we can cut. So I'm hopeful in the end that it will come from other areas and not the levy, but I think that, I'm hoping that we can all agree there's places that need to be increased, so 4.2 is likely not where we're gonna land today.
So the question is, was our vote on the, I thought our vote was on the amended motion, is that your understanding? Okay, good, all right, then we're all on the same page. All right, Chief, back to you, you're all right.
You need to vote on the motion now as amended.
Okay, that's what we just did, but we'll do it again. Okay.
I thought you just voted on the amendment.
No,
Okay,
I know.
It's
okay.
Whatever Nicole says. Okay, and we'll go back to the chief for additional presentation.
That is everything on the fire side. I tried, as you can see in my budgets, I try and put where the notes in there, so if you have any questions, please let me know, but that is the fire budget, and I think I'm next as well on the other one, so if you want me to continue on, I can. It's good to move forwards.
You know that we're gonna be looking for savings, so if you happen to have anything in there that isn't really vital,
Yeah.
you might sort of volunteer that up,
Which road are you
Alright, okay, so I think we've concluded, and no more questions on the fire department. Thank you very much, Chief. We are scheduled for a break after this presentation. Should we take the break or should
No,
we
let's
go
put,
to
no, I think we'll
10:30?
do public works.
Okay,
Oh, that's a big one.
we're gonna move to Public Works. Introducing Catherine, our new manager of Public Works, her very first public meeting with us. We expect perfection. We expect answers to every question, detail. No notes.
Chair, just to step in, I'm going to present the Public Works budget on Catherine's behalf. She's going to support me through this process, and as soon as I'm done this report, I will certainly hand it over to her for her to be the face of your Public Works department.
Excellent, thank you very much.
What page are we on?
So the page will be, yes,
39.
36, 40, whichever one you want to go with.
I got building.
No, 39, 40 of package,
Thank you. No, that's
40.
okay, next one. There, I can go. Page 40. Okay.
Okay, everybody's good? Everybody's on Public Works?
We got it now.
We'll start with the Public Works capital. Is going to be the first thing we go through. As you can anticipate and you can see in the results, roads is the largest component of a lot of public interest and the largest component in our budget. So in the capital side, we do have included for Sheridan Rapids Bridge design and construction, so that's up to single lane bridges in, on Sheridan Rapids Road. Those are at end of life, but the abutments are going to be used in rehab, so it's going to be a pretty straightforward project. Short duration, and we have adequate detours in place, and our new Public Works manager will be tendering these out very shortly as well, once we get the approval. We've also put in, the heaters in the Thomas Corners garage are failing, so that was a later addition before the budget one was presented to include for that. Our fleet is aging, as you can understand, you see on the maintenance side with increased costs, we have put in for an additional plow truck around 400,000. And then the rehabilitation for this year will be completed on Upper Perth Road, just over 3 kilometers. On Upper Perth Road from Miller Road to Ramsey Section 1. So when it comes to rehabilitation of roads, it's very subjective. A lot of public interest in which road, why is my road not done? There's other roads that are bad, and staff appreciates, public reaching out and the concern for their own road. But these decisions are based on the 2023 road use study and also the expertise of our boots on the ground public works staff who are out there completing maintenance on these roads, the public works manager in the past, and of course, myself in the acting position. We drive these roads quite a bit, and in consultation with the public as well. We have determined this is the road that needs to be completed. I mean, the average condition rating in that report, it lies at 55.98, which is one of the worst 1 till 5 now roads outside of roads in the village, which we did bring forward to council, and staff removed a road section that's right in front of the township office, just to maintain where we're at from before. There's many other roads that are in there, short sections in the village that are also based on what is in the survey, the equity portion. We thought it was important to note that if there was roads pulled out of here, but also we want to make sure we have over 1,000 square kilometers in this township. So making sure that we are getting around and rehabilitating roads throughout our township is of utmost importance. So Sky Road last year was completed, Upper Perth Road was completed a couple of years past, but it is not feasible for a township of our size to be completing road rehabilitations of road sections over 7 kilometers long. You look at Lander County, their capital programs for some sections of road are over $1 million to complete a long section of road. And when we get an asset management plan, everything is broken down into a segment. So, when you're doing asset management plan, we're not going to be replacing a full section of road, we're gonna do segment to segment. So it's gonna look on a 4 kilometer, you're probably gonna replace 2 kilometers of road when we're doing that. So this is where these decisions came from. Upper Perth was completed 2 years ago, now we went to Snyder Road last year, and some other roads, and now we're going back to Upper Perth to make sure that full section is completed. So to be feasible to complete these roads, we need to make sure we're all our different segments, and these are all outlined in our roads and studies. So you look at the distresses that are outlined in here, so you look at surface defects, surface deformation, the cracking, all these things are what your public works team are looking at. We're not just looking at exactly what's going on, it's looking at the ditching, and streaking, flushing the potholes. Edge braking is a very important thing. Rutting, distortion, these are all things in the public works world, why we make our decisions and we put forward certain roads to be completed. So as stated, Snyder Road was completed a section last year, so we're not trying to say not to do it. If council wishes, we can most certainly complete road rehabilitation on Snyder Road, but again, that is going to be something from council to either remove Upper Perth Road or do an additional. We did put forward, we have removed roads already that should be completed this year, such as just outside this building, but we have pulled that as well. We can understand and sympathize that the roads are deteriorating, but I think as you guys have had this wholesome discussion on the fire budget, there is substantial cost to maintain our assets. And that's really one of the big things. You look at Dalhousie Concession 3, I think the council's been out there, that's another road that was up there on our high priority to be completed, but there's only so much money for us to maintain and do rehabilitation. So there's many roads that are on our radar to be completed, but this is the one staff recommends complete right now. You look at Upper Perth, it goes from a very busy upper tier county road to another county road, and it also has into a neighboring municipality. So it's a very busy roadway, and it's not based, our decisions aren't based on household counts. We look at ADT, we look at who's using that road and where that road is going. So like we're saying, from 2 upper tier roadways is a very important collector road that has lots of local traffic on it. So that's one of the bigger ones from staff. So I think it'd be a good time to kind of have some council input on the capital budget.
Just on that last point, if you do Upper Perth Road this year, is Snyder Road on for next year? Is that the idea?
That would be one of the roads that would be brought forward for consideration. I can't speak on behalf of Catherine, she'll be presenting this lovely budget next year for you guys. But there, like I just said, Concession 3, Snyder Road, there's many hard surface roads that we need to consider, but I think it is a very dynamic document we're talking about when you do a roads need study. So I think Catherine will complete, her study on what she believes needs to be done next year. And I think Snyder Road is a road that will have to be brought forward, and that was a discussion that was in the 25 budget, but ultimately we thought for equity, it is best to make sure we're getting around to the worst spots, and unfortunately we can't do every single worst spot. But yes, that is a road that will be brought forward for next year for discussion.
Okay, good. So comments, Reeve McLaren?
Yeah, Steve missed that since I've been here longer than everyone else, I'm fairly familiar with the road. And one thing Steve missed, it is a clay base, which is extremely hard to maintain. That section of the Upper Perth between the fault line and the boundary, the fields on one side are higher than the road, and it's hard to, I know I snowplowed that a few years ago and get in some heavy pressure across that area too, and not much ditch. And if you're seeing the lay of the land over there too, and talking to some of the guys who worked before me, there's an area in the fields, you think the land slopes the other way, well, it's one of those magnetic hills and slopes to the road. There's a lot more water comes to the road than what you really think there is.
Okay, thank you. Further comment, Councillor Close?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a question on the road need study. How often are we updating that road need study?
We should be looking at a 5-year review on the roads and study.
Okay, because I'm a firm believer you follow what you commit. We spent money to do the roads need study, then somebody shouldn't jump the queue because every road wants to jump the queue. And then it just becomes politics sitting around this table of who has the most clout is to pick the one that gets done. So that's why I'm firm believer we stay with what the policy says. If there's ways we can up it, we'll try and up it, but I think we all know that we're kind of behind the eight ball as far as doing roads. We have the most roads to look after in Banner County, and our leasing the money to look after, so I'm gonna go with the recommendation of staff.
Good. Councilor Roberts?
Thank you. I just wanted to bring, some information on that roads need study of the flaws that were in it. I think there was 50 kilometers of road that wasn't in the roads need study. And that the methodology that was in that roads need study, I questioned and did not support the methods that they were doing on that. Inside of the roads need study, there was $300,000 allocated for a Hunt Camp Road cross road that I disagreed with. So it was basically an entire roads budget for gravel and onto a road that was very unique in nature, to say the least. The other thing that, the roads connectivity study that we had, I think we had an additional $81 requested from the consultant on that. And I didn't support that. As everyone sees, I apologize for being late this morning. Conditions of the roads in my last trip back, I went through 4 townships and 2 counties to get here. So our roads connectivity study left a lot to be desired in my assessment of things as well. The Side Road, we spent a lot of money in pothole repair and coal patching on that road, which has gone on for, I would say, 15 years. We were very gracious and very thankful in getting the $400 and some odd thousand worth of repairs on that road last year. It was to the point of almost impossible and unsafe. The methodology used to recommend First Road, which I'm not saying that First Road does not have merit to be redone, and I'm not questioning staff's recommendation. I'm just bringing information forward that there's been a lot of complaints on the Side Road, and there's sections now that I describe as carbon bomb last time. There's also other gravel roads that haven't been maintained to the best of our ability. We can change some of our maintenance to keep those potholes under control so that our complaints volume doesn't explode. That would be, I'm sure, a relief to staff as well. So one of the things I would have to ask then is, what is the cost of the maintenance of Side Road in those potholes to defer it while we do Perth, compared to what would it cost us to maintain Perth with coal patch and pothole and do Side first? Is there a savings and ratepayer satisfaction that would go up, flipping those around and saving money on the repairs?
Through Chair, that's a great question, Councillor Roberts. So when it comes to this, honestly, it comes back to council. We're talking about robbing Peter to pay Paul when we're talking about coal patching one road versus another. Staff has put one forward. I mean, if we don't do Upper Perth, we're gonna spend an abundance of money on coal patching Upper Perth. These shoulder edge breaking on that, we pretty well have the full edges with coal patch right now, just saving our roads. And same with Side Road, it is certainly in terrible shape, but that comes out of the council decision. If we wanna have an increase in Side Road, we can. But it is a wash between the two. It is a maintenance cost to maintain either one, and they'd be very similar on that. I just look at the Upper Perth Road being a higher volume seasonally. Side Road does see quite a bit, but Upper Perth is a well-traveled roadway.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you, Rajiv. Do you have the data for the annual daily traffic indexes for those 2 roads to compare, and the cost for the maintenance to compare, so we can have a numerical calculation on that?
Unfortunately, wearing the two hats, I didn't have time to gather that data, but I mean, Catherine will be able to definitely gather this information. And I think when we get into the operating budget, there's some things in there that are included that are going to ease burden from our public works manager and be able to have a more wholesome look at our roadways and how we can have efficiencies in our budget and in our maintenance practice. That's kind of the time. Of course, like you just said about your road connectivity, there is substantial time that it takes for a road staff to get up to Snyder Road to do maintenance, so there is a cost there. But I mean, as a dollar for dollar, I don't know the exact dollars that we spend on Snyder Road versus that reverse road for maintenance. It would be very similar.
Okay, thank you. So any further questions on roads or before we move on at this point? Councilor Hill?
Just talking capital?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not on capital, no.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you. So I would just put a motion forward there that we can defer the selection of Perth versus I until we had more data on that for the cost of repair, and what it would be if we're putting the money in the one, it would be the same money. So there's no real cost difference, it's just the time difference. The Snyder Road would be allowed to decay for another year in sections that we need eyes on, or attention to be able to assess what they're gonna cost, whether they're gonna even immediately possible. Before we make a time decision on which one we're gonna do first, and what the cost would be, the difference between doing one first and the other, in the maintenance and the annual traffic data.
Just, Chief, I heard you say that you did have that information available now. But what I'm not clear on is it the type of information that you can even get?
We wouldn't be able to have, like, we don't have a tracking on our staff that, they're logging in. Like, we could take a rough approximate personnel hours and say, yes, well, we have this many hours that we're allocating for this road. Cold patch costs this much, we're anticipating we're using a ton of cold patch. We buy it at a unit price of this. Approximately, it's gonna cost this amount. But to have a definite costing, it would be pretty difficult with our tracking of what we have on our software right now.
Okay, and just before I go to the motion, do we do have a motion on the floor? Maybe I should ask, do we have a seconder for the motion? Seeing none, we don't have a motion on the floor. I'll go to Allison for a question.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chief, based on the road team study that was approved in 2023, and I agree with Councilor Roberts, there's some faults in it, and we're never all going to agree on a document like this because we all have different perceptions of every single road. So it looks like 2024, can you just confirm, so we did Sny Road for 400 and some thousand, but it looks like a portion of Upper Perth was supposed to be done, which was already delayed in the 2024, and those funds were put towards Sny Road, by the looks of things. So again, if we put Upper Perth off this year, we're delaying it another year and putting it towards, so it's really robbing for one. My other concern is that the longer you delay the capital, we're already coming on to April here, and we have to get it tendered for the best pricing, because the later you are, the construction companies fill up and they start to add on additional costs. So I'm in favor of just moving forward with what we have, because we've already put this road off a year to accommodate and put more funds into Sny Road last year. I agree with the chief/public works manager, Catherine.
Well, thank you for that. That's a very good point, actually. And so whose turn it is? Is that you?
I would just like to add, if we could have a motion, if council is in favor of whichever motion be, just by the end of this session, that we can get approval to proceed with tendering, so that we can ensure we're getting ready for the market, gets extremely busy.
Jeannie?
So I'm prepared to make a motion, with the recommendation that we have in the current budget. With no changes.
We have a seconder for that motion, Councilor Post. Any comments, questions, Councilor Roberts? Thank you, Jim.
Just a note that the Sky Road has also waited, it's been bumped on asset management plans that we've had in place for almost 15 years. It was a $1 million project in one asset management plan, it got deferred, it's going back to 2008. And it got split into two projects that were supposed to be completed. So the road was supposed to be completed by this year. And it was split into two projects, and now it's getting bumped again. So it is been a long deferred project to get this done. So I understand the Perth Road has waited a year. Total wait for Sky Road rehabilitation, the road was resurfaced in 1999. And it's just got servicing last year. The rest of the sections are 1999 services. That's what people are driving on. And I say, it does need eyes on to really appreciate the destruction that's going on to the road. I don't think there'll be road sections that will be passable if we get any kind of major rain, those events in the summer. And the cost of the crews that are up there cold patching is a substantial cost. We've seen 4 or 5 trucks plus 3 or 4 guys up there for days. So I would like, again, to hear a motion for, I guess it's the right one for, to try and get that road completed, get it off our liability list.
Okay, well, you put the motion to the floor, and you couldn't find a seconder, so you can't have a motion. Brady, you had your hand up.
I was just gonna say that I think it's important to understand that we're not throwing roads into a hat and picking them out. There's an incredible amount of work that goes into this from staff and the public works employees, and I think that we need to value that. We have studies that we need, like Ron said, we need to be leaning on, or it's a complete waste of money. And if, I appreciate the tenacity of advocating for your ward, but we're also responsible for making the most financially savvy decisions for the entire township. And if you're going to propose adding, what are we taking off?
Okay, Allison?
Thank you, Chair, and just with that, again, I agree with Marina, like, it's great that you're fighting for your ward team, but I think that we can speak about this in all of our wards. We have been severely underfunded for capital and roads for years and years and years, so there's lots of roads, there's definitely roads in my ward that were hardtop, they look like gravel now, so I think that everyone is seeing it, and I understand, and we continue to hear about Sny Road, and that's why we made it a priority last year. But we're a huge municipality, and we have to get around, and we have to talk about those capital reserves and capital funding, because it's gonna continue to be this way.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor.
There's a vote in that, for Marina there.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you. I would just ask that, one of the things that it says, it needs eyes on, have you even gone and driven on that road?
100%, my
So
council has.
that's what I would ask, is that people are understanding of the caliber of potholing and destruction of that road before they make the decision. And at least have a second view rather than a road need study that, I'm sure by the rates of our roads, disintegrated roads, is also not just flawed, but every day. So, I understand that I advocated for my work, but as I said before, it's been a very long process, it was 2 decades of wear on.
Okay, so we have Marina's motion on the floor.
It's my motion.
I'm sorry, Nina's motion. Now the second by Councilor Olsen, to go with the upper Perth. Is everybody, call the vote, all in favor? All opposed? And that's carried. All right, we want to move on to the next section,
You did operating, yes.
the operating.
So in the operating budget, it's on page 41.
37 of the budget, 41 of
That's
the package.
Yes,
Yeah.
So we're looking at that as we, look at that one, our previous public manager, before he departed in November, he put forward recommendations on some items. So staff, CAO and treasurer and municipal culvert staff, how to look at everything, and we moved some things around and that we saw would be required. But it's very similar in nature to the 24 budget. One of the big things is with our lovely new published manager ensuring that all these activities that are budgeted are completed, and completed early in the season to make sure that everything is done. So we look at the ditching and brushing, for example. Our published manager, we're working on that tender to make sure that's getting done early in the season, and we make sure we utilize all the funds that are allocated, as we're handling that as it is. In the budget, you'll see an additional public works operators to bring that up to full complement of operating staff. We will have, by hopefully in the near future, we have a full-time public works manager, but we will have the operations supervisor that was approved by council. And I think along the lines of Councillor Roberts speaking about tracking more of this data, having this additional staff member on board is really going to alleviate pressure off our public manager to have a wholesome review of the department and really track all the data that's going around. So it's a very important position as office supervisor, and we look forward to having that boots on the ground individual to assist with the budget and also tracking all of our financial decisions we're making moving forward. Guide rail at Joe's Lake. So we've included monies for maintenance on that section of guide rail. There was, I believe it was under 20,000 allocated before completely new upgraded one. We brought it down to what we believe we could complete. By doing maintenance, brushing and ditching, we kept it the same. It is an item that we probably should, as an operational expense, be doing more of. But as our treasurer has said, we try to make sure that we are putting forward something that's reasonable. So that's an item that coming in 26, we'll probably be looking into possibly increase. Maintenance gravel, again, is the same as 24. I think you look at the Rosie study and just conversation and traveling, the amount of gravel roads we have. It would appear to be a bit light still. It is substantial money in there, but we're holding on the 425 that's in there. An item that came forward was the Joe's Lake storage building. Council received a report from the previous public works manager on the condition of that building. We received pricing on what it would cost to put up a coverall building, and it wasn't a Taj Mahal of a coverall building. And the cost of this was extremely high. So I know council was looking at their strategies at a last meeting. I think we put money in there to complete some minor maintenance to make sure it's usable and safe for this year. But I think moving forward, kind of looking at a wholesome approach on where we're gonna move as departments as a whole would be very valuable before we invest a large amount of money into different depots. It is really what, from myself, would be the recommendation moving forward. 2025 will also include the OSIP study, so that's completed on all our bridge structures and large culverts, so that will be completed again this year. And again, there's notes along the operating budget all along, but staff would be happy to answer any questions that council may have, and there will be a few.
Steve?
Thank you, Stephen. I'm not sure whether you can speak to it or not, because this is basically Chad's input. I had you answered two of mine already. The ditching and the guardrails was something I was gonna address, but you spoke to that. Overspending on clothing allowance. It was a big jump, almost $5,000 that what was allocated. And the other one is the line 77, the roads miscellaneous, and why so high? Item 72 and 77.
I don't have the answer on roads miscellaneous, but we can certainly get a review of that and go back to council. As for the clothing as well, we are reviewing that over budget there as well, but we're looking into exactly what was purchased and whether it was something from years past or something for this year that was entered in on a 24 budget. So I believe moving forward, systems that have been put in place will certainly allow us to ensure that is not an overage moving forward.
Perfect, thank you.
Brenda?
Thank you, Chair. Steve, I just have two questions, and again, I'm not sure you can just say if you can't speak to it, no worries. Transfer to reserves, in 2024, unaudited, we around 253,000, but then the budget was around 477,000. So can you recall if there was something that we pulled from so that we weren't transferring to, or I'm not sure why it didn't get transferred?
That actually was a question I was gonna ask of the treasurer.
Might be wrong, though, yeah.
The question is, if we budget amount to go to reserves, how is it that only half of that ended up in reserves?
We could have spent it, I just don't recall.
And
Which line are you
it's right here.
on? 79?
No.
It's right here.
I see the budget transfer to reserves for 24 and 25 to be exactly the same on line 80. And the actual,
Take a look right here.
It's in your, the summary on page
That was
4.
budgeted, that
Oh,
was what it ended up being, we're saying how much.
Page 40 of the package, 36.
oh, some of that is capital, it's captured in the, so the summary pages on page, I have 36.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, those include the capital program. And that's how some things were funded. The capital program for 2024, the budget was very bizarre. I'm sorry, I should probably be saying that word, but it was very strange. In my opinion though, when we're looking at line in the operating, line 79 or 80, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was exactly done, the way the budget was set up and what was supposed to happen. The other part is the capital piece, the difference. And I can look into that a little bit further, but I'm not really sure at this point where the 477 came from, other than I believe it's capital. Because in the capital budget last year, there were transfers to reserves within the capital program instead of being in the operating budget, so it was very strange. So I think that's the problem, but I'll look into it further for you, okay?
Thank you, Rhonda, for fixing that. I just have one more question, sorry. I'm gonna ask it of Public Works just because I'm aware that the Parks and Rec manager is not here. Can you just speak to the gas and fob plan that we had mentioned in last year's public, budget process in regards to all of the gas pumps? We had talked about there being discrepancies and us moving towards a fob plan so it could be more specific to department and trackable. Can you just, I see it again in this budget, so I'm just wondering where we're at.
Yeah, that was definitely a discussion. I can't recall if Parks and Rec has that in the budget for the fog or not. That was a discussion. There's substantial cost, and I think tracking and transparency wise, it is a great system that would be recommended. Unfortunately, there's only so many spots where we put in, but the council, it would be something that would be very valuable to have for all three departments to utilize. But I don't know for sure if Parks and Rec has that in. I think that was the focus on the budget was their end with the fog system.
Councillor Close.
Thank you. First of all, I want to make a comment. One thing that I noticed and one thing I got feedback from was once you started to take once you took the position, there was a change in our winter maintenance, how earlier it seemed the crews are getting out there and getting the roads done. So I want to ensure that's something that happens moving forward, because I got a lot of compliments that people were really, really happy that they were out there earlier, they're getting the roads done earlier, getting clear earlier. So that's one point. The other point I want to make is how do we increase our grading and stuff like that? You can see on the surveys and this is 7 years now, the biggest thing I get is roads, and roads. It's, people are upset, and I realize the challenges that you have with such a huge municipality, and we don't have tons of money, but I'd like to see an increase to the graders getting out the roads, and if we could increase the gravel that's replaced, and roads and ditching, because I mean, you drive, and you're unfortunate to live in one of the areas that has a gravel road, you have to drive it every day. It gets costly to do vehicle repairs if you're going to smash your vehicle down through the potholes. So, I don't know how you come about that, or how you allocate that and say, look, these graders are gonna be out there every week, they're gonna be on there, we're gonna try to do a rotating basis to get through, get all these roads graded and up to the stuff, and hopefully they get dried out, we have a good summer and not lots of rain, you don't have to use them, but, or you don't have to use the equipment as much, but is there a way that that can be done, that we can increase that?
Through your chair, I think an excellent way to manage this is going to be as an operations supervisor that's boots on the ground, and going to be day-to-day, visiting both depots and making sure there's a plan in place in consultation with the works manager. I'm speaking on her behalf, if you want to say something, I'm more than happy. But I do believe that having the boots on the ground, ops supervisor, working with the lead hands is going to be the way to make sure we have, operators out as much as we can. Yes, we have a lot of roads, but we can certainly increase, the amount of people that are operating our graders, and also, just making sure the presence is there. And I think, that's something that, it can also come back to our training budget, right? We wanna make sure we're training all of our staff on, the grader training, for example. That's something that we encourage staff to take holidays. So unfortunately, we don't wanna be stuck where we're encouraging staff to take holidays, and then when they're gone, we don't have everybody to backfill that. So that's another area that I think we need to improve on, and I know our public works manager is going to address that, gap right as soon as she kinda takes the reins. But that's exactly where we'll address that issue, Councillor.
Good, perfect, thank you.
Allison?
Thank you, Chair. So a number of things, roads are always I think the biggest discussion just based on the budget. I'm happy to see that, the treasurer has started to implement the gravel maintenance back from levy. I'm not really sure, we mentioned it last year in the budget, that it seemed very odd that gravel maintenance was being funded from reserves, because that runs out very quickly, so I appreciate that, Rhonda, for bringing that back and putting it, starting to put it back into the levy. I appreciate that, thank you very much. And I think that I just wanted to note, because I know it was kind of a controversial topic whenever we were bringing forward replacing those tandem trucks and how old they were and the cost that we had. So I went back over the last couple budgets, and we had maintenance vehicle repair costs of $403,000 in 2022. We had $320 in 2023, and now we're down to $220. Those are those cost savings that I realize it's an initial cost, but we have newer equipment, more reliable equipment. We're not just putting $30,000-$40,000 into vehicles that are worth 10. And then those costs we can start to move towards obviously implementing gravel and doing those things. So I just want to say great job in relation to that. I think that's definitely moving forward. Again, just question, but Rhonda's gonna bring it back as far as the month allocations of the different employees. And then, is the supervisor fully included in this? No, okay. So she'll bring that back to us, so that was just my question there. Otherwise, I didn't have a lot, I just wanted to kind of note some of that. We obviously have to have some major discussions about capital allocations for roads, because we hardly put anything into reserves for the amount that we have.
Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. I know this is a big file, this would be a meeting just by itself, the public works within this township. It is a large township, some say it's too large. Some of the things that I've observed over my tenure in road maintenance, plus my tenure in as a representative, is the time that the time we get out to a road, road graders or road construction equipment, when we built in the road. If we had some option in a smaller road rejuvenation equipment, box scrapers, there's companies that make lots of things that can be thrown behind smaller equipment, trucks even, to get on some of these roads where, even with a grader on some of our roads, there's nothing for the grader operator to work with. There's nothing worse than seeing almost $1 million piece of equipment shuttering, cutting base rock with the blade. It just makes me throw up. Is there a way that some of our roads that have substandard base, basically nothing to work with large outcroppings, that we could bring some smaller equipment, reclaim some gravel that's in the bush, and get some gravel and some slope and proper drainage on these roads, so that the time frame of needing repair is decreased, And not trying to cut into a 10-inch pothole, but just cut and fill it in, just 2 days later, the pothole's right back. I realize there's a lot of kilometers, but there are roads, in my opinion, that are high traffic areas that can be serviced in a better way, rather than having to wait there every 3 or 4 weeks trying to get on top of these potholes. It just seems to be consistent in the same place. There's got to be a better way to just keep on doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's just not working for a lot of people. So I'd encourage maybe some funding in that direction. The other thing that, looking at the gravel patch and the $400,000, I'm sure some of that $300,000 in the roads needs study that went into that small road is do the whole year's budget on the one road. Instead of putting all of our maintenance into rebuilding a road, I'd like to see some of that gravel maintenance go actually maintain roads that are high traffic roads. Our asphalt repair material, we spent $33,000 in 2024. On a $25,000 budget, we're only budgeting $30,000. It's a $5,000 increase, but is that going to be enough, especially with our previous work that I was advocating for as highways with considerable amounts of asphalt repairs. So is there room in the budget, room to move the numbers around if that asphalt budget becomes depleted? Would be one question. Is there an alternative method to doing some of the things with our gravel roads to reduce the depth of potholes and the frequency of repair? That's my second question. Thank you.
Okay, you guys can take a shot at that. I might, if you have a series of questions, might be better just to ask the question and ask another one, because it's hard to remember all 3 or 4 of them. Chief?
If you want to go back to your first one, Steve, we'll address that and then we'll move on to question 2.
Yeah, okay, so we can adjust that. We can adjust our numbers so that we have adequate gravel and have an adequate asphalt patch. Is my first question. My second question, is there alternative methods that we can be using so that we don't have such a severe potholing with the service?
Yeah, so from staff, I think, manager-wise, I would appreciate it. I mean, if we were to increase that asphalt repair substantially, I think that'd be fabulous. Again, we're looking at the cost of everything, so that's somewhere council would like to address, but I think there is a number of roads, again, to look at, I'm gonna say, in section 3, there's certain spots on there where the asphalt repairs on. So that number could be higher, but I think we're in the same conversation about looking at our gravel maintenance budget on that line. Like, we should increase that as well, right? Because what you're talking about when you're talking about maintenance on gravel roads, when you're constantly grading what's nothing, you have nothing to grade, right? So you're grading into the subgrade, and it's just gonna make the whole road deteriorate that much quicker. So when we're looking at running a 20-year plan to get around all our gravel roads, that's an efficiency I think we need to address. And I think operationally with our Public Manager and operations, they can look at. Question 2 on the machinery, I think Catherine has already mentioned that she has been looking at some options that could potentially come back to council. Would it be in this one? I'm not sure that we do it this year, but I think a report to council, and if you guys would like to proceed on that, maybe 26, that's certainly an option that we can move forward with, and she can look after different alternatives that council could consider for increasing our efficiencies. And again, I think this operations supervisor is going to be very important for you guys on the efficiencies and making sure our day-to-day operations are occurring consistently across the township.
Okay. Chief. Commander-in-Chief.
I was just gonna say, having been a person that's graded roads before, the key is drainage, of course, to get the water off the road, but one of the problems we run into is that berm that gets established on the edge of the road. Some of that is gravel going over the end of the blade. It should never ever be gravel going beyond the blade. It's hard to see, pair of mirrors in front might be a great deal past that. The other part is your road packs down and the dust comes off of it, it doesn't come off the shoulder. And to bring that back in at any time because of the grass, you want to get a grader operator swearing, try to fight with those sods. That's what'll happen. This is the time of year when you can do it to a certain extent, but it's still gonna pull sods. And I have done roadside mowing, it's right in our place, and that berm is solid gravel, there's a lot of stone in it too, it's already more.
Okay.
Just one more thing on the dust side of things. In the previous township I came from, we had far less gravel roads than Leonard Highlands does. And we spent more money on dust suppressant than Leonard Highlands currently does. So again, to increase our gravel roads, that's another area that we can look for efficiency, is applying more dust suppressant to kind of bind all the material and retain the dust, it's aggregate or
We are back in session. We're all here. And we're gonna go back to Public Works and talk about the environmental and recycling side of the equation.
Thank you, Chair.
What page are we on?
Next page, just turn
Oh,
one
42. Good, good.
Page 42 of the package, 38 of the budget.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this waste management budget, again, the previous public works manager put together a lot of these numbers. He was into this quite a bit. I'm presenting it, but a lot of the waste numbers do come from the previous public works manager. You're going to see, as he documented quite a bit about the recycling transition with circular materials. So there will be a recycling savings in there that's shown. And everything's kind of just cost moving forward in the waste side from last year, the increase to this year. I do remember last year, a heavy discussion on the waste levies. As we were doing public works manager, we didn't dive into changing anything to do with waste levies at this time. I think that would be a wholesome discussion within the public works manager to, if council would wish to explore that option, that might be something that would come forward through committees and that kind of thing. And then allow our new public works manager to kind of get her feet wet with what's going on and potential changes in consultation with our waste plan to make sure we're doing what's best for everybody. So just wanted to kind of cover that this doesn't include any changes to the waste levy, but it's something that if council wishes could be explored. I would suggest for the 26 budget, to be honest, just with the amount of time to properly do that right, I think it would take a bit more time to dot the i's and cross the t's to make sure it's best for everybody. And that's the waste budget that's before you. Any questions, I will try to answer, but I'm not, I didn't dive too deep into waste, to be completely honest.
We'll funnel all the questions through the chair of the waste committee and the environment committee. All right, did you, Madam Chair, have a question?
Well, actually, I'm not the chair of the waste committee, but I am the council representative.
Okay.
And we actually are very happy to have our chair, Kathy Green, here.
I forgot you were the chair.
In the meeting, so, no. But going forward, as Stephen just alluded to, I think there needs to be a fulsome discussion on the process and the calculation and how we are charging each resident, the levy charges. There was a big change. I think we all can remember how surprised we were last year at budget when we found out the actual cost of what recycling and waste was actually costing us. So, and this will probably come forward, or council will be updated with what the committee has been working on, and this one area has been up for discussion quite thoroughly. There are two items in the budget that I have a question, or a comment and a question. So in the last two budgets, we, out of the waste management plan, had looked at the possibility of using steel plates. And in full disclosure, I did have a conversation with Catherine, our new public works superintendent, and there are possibly regulations through the province as far as guidelines, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. I'm not sure if it has to do with the amendment for the increase of the waste site or whether it's just on the waste site itself, but we've pulled that, I think it was $60,000 we had to put in, and it's been pulled. So going forward, and again, as Stephen alluded to, I think maybe for next year's budget, we definitely need to look at, maybe incurring that cost, whether we defer payments or we spread it over a number of years, $60,000 or $65,000 for steel plates will save us in the long run, I believe, and that's what the management plan says, that, you know, you're looking at maybe a reduction in coverage. Sorry, girls, just maybe thanks. So that's one thing I want to bring to council's attention is the process and the way we calculate the levy. Also, there is a change, we've now transitioned to, the Blue Box transition has taken place, and I believe the numbers in our operating budget has the full amount here at 77,100. And I think that actually, there is a cost savings that's going to be realized by reducing the cost of the village for curbside pickup, if I'm reading it right. So I'm not sure if, or how, or why that isn't reflected, or why we just have the full cost. Maybe that's a question for the treasurer.
Thank you, Jeannie. Actually, the budget for recycling was provided by the previous public works director before he left in November. And at this time, I've only been here for a couple of weeks. And I just left it the same, so I can't answer that, I don't know.
Okay, so thank you, Rhonda. And you know what, I probably knew that, but just wanting it out there so the public understands that there possibly could be some savings there. And I do appreciate the fact that not only you are new to this situation, but that Stephen was filling in for Chad through the vacancy that was left, and Catherine's coming in, you know, trying to get her head around and get up to speed. So just want the council to be aware of it, and there has been some discussion already about this, so this is not new, this is not being a surprise, it's just want council to be aware that there are some issues and maybe some changes that could happen.
I wonder if in the future, because I am always interested in your perspective being on the committee, I'd be interested in Kathy's, and we talk all the time, but it'd be interesting if we could get to the point, Rhonda, where next year's budget process, where some of the budgetary thinking could go to these committees ahead of time.
The recreation committee.
And the recreation committee as well, and then give us some feedback, maybe on some of the priorities, that type of thing. So we're out of time this year, but I was thinking for next year, it'd be good, and we're not asking to make our decisions, but to just give us the perspective that they bring to the table.
It's a good point.
Okay, and I think Allison had her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. So I do see that the special levy household for waste is going up by 45,000. Does anybody happen to have the actual fee that will be charged? Because we increased it last year, so I'm just wondering did you guys discuss that or, right? So if you don't have it, can we get what the actual fee will be on the tax bill? And then the other question I have is for Jeannie for sitting on the waste. When you guys discussed the producer responsibilities for 2026, is Lanark Highlands are we considered a small municipality, or whenever the calculations are completed, are we gonna also have those costs as a producer?
So I'm not really sure, and I know it's a little maybe a process, but Kathy probably has more of a line on that than I do.
You're asking whether the municipality will be considered a producer?
So my understanding is that municipalities will be considered producers if they're not considered a small municipality. So you have to take your FIR, and only certain revenue is accounted, and if you don't meet that threshold, you're not a producer. So you don't have to keep track of all the mailings with your logo on it going out. Right. So my concern here is that I think that instead of taking all of the benefit and removing all the costs for recycling, I feel like maybe we should still make sure, if we're going to be a producer, leave a little bit of funds there of what that's going to mean for 2026, because 2026 is going to be all new for everybody.
So my understanding of the
municipalities as producers issue is it has nothing to do with 2026, it's in effect now, doesn't even have anything to do with transition. Every municipality needs to do that calculation about the paper going out and the source of revenues, et cetera, and that calculation can be done. My hunch is it's not gonna be an issue for a municipality this size, but that's something that I'm sure staff will work on.
So if I may, can we ask staff to look, it's actually a pretty quick Excel sheet that CMO has provided, to fill in, based on the FIR, just so that we have a better idea of, are we gonna have some costs? I don't wanna cut everything and then have some costs, so can we just ask?
Okay, is that captured?
Yeah.
Everybody at this table, okay. Good, all right, good commentary, Brandon?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if someone, maybe not, would be able to speak to line 29, payment in lieu. It was as an expenditure, but we didn't budget for it, and then we're not budgeting for it in 2025, so I'm just wondering if it was a one-off. I'm on page 4. That's why I can't see it.
Page 40 of the budget?
Yeah,
line
29.
Which line is it? Payment in lieu, $10,787.
So it's a tax, like it's basically, payment in lieu of taxes for our landfill. And why it was not budgeted for in 2025, I don't know, because this was budgeted together by the previous, public works director. I would say that needs to be adjusted.
Sorry, yeah, so there's no actual cost in 2024 either. I thought the county provided the rebate back. I thought they changed their program, maybe not, we don't have one in Montague, so I don't know if
Not that I'm aware of.
So we also made it a page 2024?
No, I'm just not done 2020.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not done 2024 year end, so
Oh,
there could be a, entry needed there.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the fees for service that are levied, I know there was a large increase per household. And I see the budget has some increase, but I just was hoping that there was a big discrepancy between the village was paying, I think, 32 and ratepayers were paying 156. I was just hoping that could be sort of somewhat either explained or equalized so that the fees were more linearly applied. And if there was a way of deferring or readjusting costs so that our fee per household didn't go up overall in the budget.
Well,
So at the present time, this particular service area does not pay for itself, meaning that what can't be funded from a user fee or other grants or other sources of funding is being paid for by the tax base. So what we're trying to do is reduce or minimize that amount. So I guess my question to council at this point is, do you want it to sort of be funded from taxation at the same level as 2024, or do you want it to try to be self-funded? So that I know as I'm trying to work out the cost per household, I guess, or the special levy per household, that I sort of have some direction.
go to Reed and then Jane.
Yeah, I think the discrepancy Steve's talking about with the village is there's garbage pickup that they pay for 100%. I don't know if they're billed the user fee on top of that or not. That's, I don't see tax bills in the village. One of the big reasons of taking higher user fees, of taking off the tax base, I think we took the garbage fees off of vacant land. Because vacant land typically does not generate garbage, why would you pay for it under taxes? And that's the reason for making the switch over, or one of the big reasons.
Jane?
Also, through the chair, when when we were presented with the scenarios, last budget, and if you read in the waste management plan, I think Chad was working on the assumption that the village residents would not be utilizing the waste sites. However, they do. There is a cost attached to that, the electronic waste, the tire services, I think the premise was that the village people were putting out their garbage at curbside and weren't contributing to the cost, the overall cost of running our waste recycling program. And again, that's part of the reason why we'd like to see the calculation or the methodology change, so that everyone is paying their fair share. And it's not done on the assessment or percentage value of a home, but on the number of people using it. So it is going to be funded by, it's going to be costed and funded by the actual users of the program.
Just, I make a comment to that, well, it's probably true that people in the village sometimes use the dump. They don't use it as much as people that use it 100% of the time. And they're paying an extra $100 out of their pocket, or whatever it is, on top of taxes to pay for that. So I would concede that perhaps sometime, once a year or every 5 years, I might take a mattress to the dump, but I don't think I should be paying the full levy as a villager, and then another levy on top of that, for services that I'm not using. I guess the question is, how are you gonna decide how much the village users would pay in addition to their user fee? Is it 100%? I would say no.
Right.
Is it 1%? Maybe no. Where is it? Is it in somewhere in the middle? So great, I'm honest.
I think Rhonda wants to say.
Right, so what I meant about my previous question or request for some direction. So in the 2024 budget, after we charge the levy to residents and after we have the special charge, the taxpayers are still paying $382,600 as they're in their taxes. It's just kind of hidden in there. And the same thing in 2025, although we're down to $180,000, assuming that the levies stay the way they're calculated. So I guess my question is, do you want it to be zero? Or are you okay with it still being $180,000? Should be zero.
So that would require increasing the levy on everybody. Which to me is, it's apples and oranges, or not, it's the same thing.
No, because they're paying also on vacant land, and you just a minute ago said that vacant land should not be paying for.
Well, I thought we exempted that last year, but maybe it wasn't done. But I think that was her decision. Sorry, I've got a couple of hands, Maria, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. To answer Rhonda's question, my personal opinion would be, I think that it should be self-funded, so I do think that we should be covering that cost. But I recall very vividly at the last budget meeting that we were right in the time of steering this environment committee. And there was two priorities that we were hoping that they could provide input on. One was a plan or a way to track who is using these waste facilities, including there is a ton of people that do not pay taxes in Lander Highlands that are using these dumps. We do not charge them a cent. We are paying for it. So that needs to be looked into. The second thing was that they were going to look into these levies to give us some direction and some advice as to where we should be going. Village pickup, user fees, all of this. So I don't know, I understand we just started, but I don't know if those conversations have happened yet, but they're very valuable because it's important to have that data to be able to make an informed decision on days like today.
Good point. Angie?
Just through you, Chair, just to follow up, yes, it has been discussed. Another thing that we have to look at, and it hasn't been mentioned yet, is the agreement we have with Tay Valley. That needs to be reassessed as well. So there's so many things that, again, as Maria pointed out, at the time of budget deliberations, this committee was just being formed and then, you know, it's like the perfect storm, and then our public, works supervisor left, and then it was a void. And kudos to Stephen for stepping up and filling that void, but it didn't get the attention and the deep dive that it needed. And I know going forward, this file is gonna be, updated and current, and we have a dedicated committee that wants to work with Catherine and the treasurer. Like, we all want the same thing, we all wanna have, the best service we can, that's being paid for by the people using it.
Councillor Close. Good. Councillor Brennan.
So if the direction from the committee, or from council, I'm sorry, is to get the 180,000 that's still being funded from everyday taxpayers to zero, then you just found $180,000 for your budget today. So we'll set the levies appropriately.
Well, no, we've just increased people's taxes by $180,000.
We're going to increase the user fee, which is still going to hit somebody's pocketbook and somebody's tax bill. But it's not hitting every taxpayer, even vacant land, because that is what's happening now.
Okay, so should we pass another motion saying don't do it on vacant land?
Well, I think we already did that.
Well, but it didn't get action, so do we have to pass it again?
I think there's a bit of confusion, okay? So there's the levy that gets calculated for the village. Okay? That actually goes just to the users within the village, not vacant land. Then there is a waste management charge, which I believe is $156 for certain areas and $30-some for other areas, again, not on vacant land. Those only cover so much of the waste management budget. Then you're still short. And that goes on the tax base and is covered off by every taxpayer in the municipality. And that is the thing we're trying to correct. So there's only a user fee rather than a taxation piece to this.
All right, back to Ron.
Thank you. Is that how, you came from Mississippi Mills, is that the same way it would be done in Mississippi Mills?
Right, in Mississippi Mills, we took the entire waste management budget, including capital, and we divided by the number of residential homes, and that was the charge.
Now, in Mississippi Mills, did they have a pickup they have pickup everywhere?
The service was the same in all areas, yes, not
Because I remember Councillor King, or Deputy King was talking about it, and we did have that discussion, that's why it was reduced for the residents in the village, and that's why we talked about taking it off, vacant land, because people should be paying a garbage charge for vacant land, but I'm all in favor of doing what's the most fair method, and everybody gets treated equally across the board, so we can come up with that policy, I'm fine with that.
Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the surcharge in the village was for the pickup service, the collection service agreement. Only, it was a small amount and didn't affect too much. Small amount compared to $156 for the charge of the so the collection is the waste that was collected in the service agreement is not ending up in our waste sites. Okay, so the $156 that ratepayers are paying is for the operation of the waste of everything. We're short $180,000 of that. If we're gonna put that back on to just rate users then, I wanna make sure, to Marina's point, that we don't have a whole bunch of freeloaders using our dumps that's increasing the cost that we're paying for in that rate. And that we're using some tag or some kind of control system to control what people are putting in. You know, this is a bias from my personal use, I would take 1 or 2 bags every 2 or 3 months to the garbage, so really cool as our household. It's like education, I'm a kid going to school, I'm still paying for the school tax. I think it as much the same, if there's gonna use a user fee, we wanna make sure it's efficient. I'm paying school tax, I'm confident that the schools are run properly, that we have adequate teachers and adequate stuff for us. I wanna make sure that with our dumps, that we don't have, we're gonna increase the user fees again, that we have an efficient system, because other than that, it's, it becomes freeloaders, using their dumps at our schools.
Well, when you use that word, I assume you're not talking about our residents. Allison?
Thank you, Chair. So I think this is a discussion we had last year and how we ultimately came up with having a waste committee for feedback, because there was all the discussions of people, we all know people who are nightmares here to come and dump at our waste sites, because we don't have any kind of dump card or any kind of, solution in place to prevent people from doing that. So I fully agree that each individual residential home should pay the same fee for waste, which just because you're assessed lower doesn't mean you provide less garbage. And that's currently, whenever it's just on the tax rate, that's what's happening, is that if you have a $100,000 assessment and produce 5 bags every week, you're paying less than somebody who's assessed at $500,000 and produces 1 bag every 2 weeks. So it should be fair across the board, but I think that in my perspective, it'd be nice to have that come back, and that's why I asked earlier, can we have the waste levy information come forward, because, and also, I don't know if it's been discussed at the waste committee or not, but this was the whole kind of reason, is that some of it stayed in the tax levy was because of uncertainty of who's all dumping and what are they dumping there. So I'm kind of, is it a transitional piece that we still keep some until we get, whether it's a dump card or whatever, implementation? But I think that there's more discussion here, but I do think it should go to a fee for each residential unit.
Those are good points, absolutely. Councilor, are you comparing?
Yeah, the discretion, Rhonda mentioned $32, that's the fee for the villagers, because the contract is just for pickup and then it's dumped at the dump, so that's the capacity of the dump that the villagers pay for the garbage from the village. Which is pretty compressed when it gets there, because it's already got it, so that's why it's not the same money.
So I'm trying to bring this to a conclusion, and I'm thinking the consensus is that we do want to hear from the Environment Committee on those two issues. Whether we can do that for this budget doesn't sound like it, but I think we're heading in the right direction. We need a motion to deal with any of this. I think you're done, guys. Good first, presentation, last presentation. Okay, who is leading, Parks and Recreation?
We go to Kyle.
Alright, so we want to Kyle first. Oh, okay. Kyle? Yep. Got you as, talking about, building and planning and stuff like that.
Page?
Yeah, whatever. Nothing's in order in here. Library, Parks and Rec, library. And page 36 and 32.
Where do you want to start?
Capital, let's get it.
Sorry, what page are we on?
36. You don't have to capital, but you don't have to move on. Yeah.
So we're on page 32 of the budget, 36 of the package.
Right.
And whenever you're ready.
So if we are looking at the budget for the building for this year of 2025, we have a total expenditure of $32,805, and a expected total revenue of $60,000. More of the same kind of status quo. We are looking at upping the fees, which will come forward hopefully in April. There's no special projects, proposed for this year in the building, just enforcement of the Anti-Illegal Act. And, it's going to be a strange year for building with, everything that's going on in the world right now. And the uncertainty, so, hard to really know what's going to happen. Anyways, is there any questions regarding?
I have, we talked at one point about, I'm blanking on my question.
Development charges?
Sorry?
Development charges?
No, I wasn't gonna ask about that. Is that your question, Allison?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Allison, I'll figure out what I was gonna.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of items, I did have a question on the revenue, so obviously the building permit fees. So is the 60,000 based on expected increases? Okay. And then my other question was, it's a pretty small budget. My other question was the development charges. We have been talking about this for a long time. We continue to hear that we don't have funding for growth. Growth should pay for growth. So I guess it's just where are we at with the development charges study?
This has been brought up a few times since I started, and I just don't see the value in a development charges study when there's not a lot of growth happening in the community. You cannot spend, I mean, it's a very involved process to get a study done. It's going to cost probably $25,000 or $30,000 to have it done properly. And I just don't see the benefit of doing that at this point because you can only spend the money on growth-related projects. So it wouldn't be replacement of a fire truck, it would be an additional fire truck because you have so much growth in an area that you need a new one. And it's the same with any kind of vehicle or any kind of new facility. It's required because of a growth-related demand. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I just don't, and I haven't been conveyed to me that there's going to be that much new development where these things where development charges would be applicable.
So with that, so I know that we still have development charges in a reserve somewhere that would, at that time, you were allowed to put aside admin fees towards a new development charge study. Fully understand the growth related and DCs. I think the thought process was with the potential, maybe the fire halls aren't happening, I don't know, we haven't heard anything for a while, but adding additional bays to a fire hall, potentially getting another grader to address the number of gravel roads we have, things like that for that growth. I thought it was just going to be the discussion. Fully understand that if you only have, 10, 20 permits every year, what that means for development charges, but I think we had asked for something to come back, it just hasn't, so I'm wondering where we're at.
Sorry if I may, improving the service level is not a growth-related demand, in my opinion. So, but you're right, we do have an old development charges study, there is money sitting there, and on the advice of the auditors, I'm trying to find that study. And her recommendation is, because it's so old and we probably didn't use it for the projects that were identified, we can probably just take it into regular reserves and use it for capital needs going forward. So that's what I'm trying to find, the old study, and I'm having a hard time.
Agree with that.
Yeah, my time on council, we've done the development charge study twice. And Rod is probably a lot more familiar with the lines in it than I am, but both times, there's a line that negates the whole thing that you eliminate the charge. So the first time was under Bob Fletcher, oh, we're not gonna listen to this. So we went ahead with the development charges, and then the next study we took them off. Because the way it works out, the formula, when you figure it all out, one line negates that you're allowed to charge development charges, unless that study has changed in the time. It's mainly because of the low development, I think, is the way it worked out.
Right, go ahead.
So I have over 20 years' experience with development charges, and they're very, very particular about what those charges can be used for. And even the creation of the study is very particular about those growth-related requirements. So as I mentioned before, just improving a service delivery, this is not a way to get extra money to do that. Replacing a fire hall that already exists and maybe making it bigger, that's not really a growth related need, it's just, you know, a want or a requirement of, you know, aging facilities.
Thank you, I think the idea was to try to generate some revenue. So we're looking at fees in our, building permit fees. There's an avenue right there that we can maybe increase them. You're not gonna increase them to include the development charge, but you can increase them to get them up where they should be, maybe a little bit more. And we're still at an advantage over other municipalities that are gonna charge you a development fee. They're not gonna have that here, so.
I would actually be in favor of, more in favor of something like that. I've always actually opposed development fees. I don't believe in a municipality this size. And I just think anything that adds to the cost of building a house right now is the wrong thing to do in the current climate. So that's my position. Councilor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, from the CEO department, what I would be asking, the budget is relatively stable. The problem I see is we have low growth. I mean, 1.4, 1.5% year growth with the cost of everything, it just becomes more and more to bear on the same people of a flatlining population that is becoming more and more, you know, dealing with affordability issues. Is there ways to recapture some of the development that's going on outside of our building codes or outside of our building inspections so that they could be incorporated into reassessments? Certainly there's a lot of development in renovation that goes on without building permits that doesn't show up on our assessment goals until, I don't know what the problems is doing, we still have 2016 assessments. It all ends up going onto our tax rates. Is there some kind of input from the building department of increasing our growth? You know, is there a deterrent why we're stuck at 1 to 2%? Is it just affordability and what we can do with that? And then how are we going to capture some of the renovations and transition from seasonal to permanent properties with the line of reassessment?
Thank you for the question. When it comes to the cost of building, I know, and when we get to planning, we'll discuss it. We're going to be doing, or we need to do a review on the building bylaw. There's a lot of existing lots within the township that are not up to the 1 acre. In our bylaw, there's a lot of hoops you gotta jump through to get a permit. So that's one thing that I've looked at that may help in bringing some more development here. Another is, a lot of people don't know, that we have only 2, 3, 4 developers building public houses every year. With them, it's real simple to come in, drop the application off, it's complete, and it's kind of in the door, out the door. It's the other residents that are trying to build themselves a home that need to help and need to be kind of carried along. And so, looking through our fees, trying to put something fair that kind of covers my time, cost of helping them move forward so that they can actually get those projects moving. And then we always have the issue of individuals not complying with the act, building. I have an existing list of people that we're gonna go after, or I guess try to work with them to get them in compliance. Again, when you apply for a permit, that information is sent to MPAC, and depending on the cost, they kind of work through their list with readjustment. And of course, when someone builds their house, once the adjustment's done, that money's going to be tax revenue. So it's all important, but we have countless structures that were here way before I was. I have a good relationship with MPAC currently, and there are things that sometimes it's just mistakes. I can go on for a while about some I've found, but just being able to work with MPAC, sending off quick emails for them to just review and figure out with Donna how to fix it and make sure that proper taxes are being applied, is also helpful. So again, there has to be a bit of a balance in terms of compliance, because if we get into doing legal fights, then all we're doing is actually spending more tax dollars. So I just try and find that balance and work with people and not be the guy that no one wants to work with.
Sure.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
The system has detected that a few lines are still connected to the conference and will attempt to disconnect them. If you wish to remain in the conference, please press star 1. 15.
I 100% agree with that sentiment and probably the things that you're doing. I guess what it comes right down to, if we have 2% growth, we have to control our spending. And it's unfortunate that we don't have more growth, but certainly that aspect of it is very clear to me that we have to live within our means, and that's why we perceive that I'm always trying to minimize tax rate adjustments. But, without spurring growth or collecting money that's due, that's what we have to work with. Other than that, it's becoming unaffordable for some of our ratepayers to maintain their home and their facility that we're out there.
The system has detected that a few lines are still connected to the conference and will attempt to disconnect them. If you wish to remain in the conference, please press star.
Chair, just so you know, the audio system has failed us today, it's not.
Okay, so we're without audio. Okay, I guess I remembered my question, Kyle, which actually relates to all of this, and that's, we can't capture what people don't know. There is renovation and things going on, and people are aware that they should be getting building permits. And we've talked in the past about having some type of awareness, public information as part of your budget, and I don't see anything in there about that.
Well, I think we could kind of cover that just within the budget itself. Like if I'm not as busy because building is not as, robust this year, taking the time to work on programs like that. Currently been working on just kind of catching up through the mess of what was in the pandemic. We have the security deposits fully kind of audited back to before. And then of course we're working on the fees schedule. And I've got a comparison to similar townships, which again, we bring that forward in I think April. That will hopefully kind of shrink the distance between costs and revenues. So it's not as burdensome on the taxpayers.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about our communications, so advertising in the year, putting stuff on the website, sending things out in the mailers when people get their tax bills, those types of outreach, so that people are getting information from us about what the requirements are in terms of the building.
Okay, well, that could be done, yes, and I don't think it would be a huge cost, it could probably be covered under just, let's say, in terms of supplies, making something up, printing off documents, and I probably would be something that could work with staff and putting into tax bills and send it out.
Okay, I think that would cost some money, but that's good.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Just listening to the discussion, I'm wondering if any of these items that have come up can be earmarked for future action. So under the discussions around DCs and if it's applicable for our township and what size would trigger or when would that become applicable, if that's something that council still feels they want a firm answer to, staff would be able to reach out to the DC specialists. There are a few firms that are very, very experienced in that. I know that Rhonda has an excessive amount of experience, but we could do a bit of a you know, who else in our kind of comparable size, what have they figured out, and just a bit of a pulse check on why we feel that it's not. And same with the concept of options and opportunities to increase growth. I think maybe that conversation is one that if we could put it on the list for when we go through the council priorities and the strategic planning one, I think that's an excellent topic for a bigger focus and a more like a high level discussion than what we have today. But I just wanted to put it out there that I'd like to see us determine and clarify for staff what you want us to do and if you agree with either of those approaches.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you for that. I think the treasurer was very clear that the development charge is without growth. There's nothing to put a development charge on. So the current force scenario has to happen.
All right. Now, do you want to move into the planning part? And do we know what page that's on? It doesn't seem to go with your previous.
48-52.
48-52. Let's see at the back. There you go. Oh,
Sorry, can I just, Suzanne, do you need, are you looking for direction? Because I would like to see both of those things at a future time. I think that, yeah, definitely development stretch one, and the other one I think also ties into water and sewer and economic development conversation too, so yes, I would like to see both of those.
so Marina moves, we want both. We have a seconder for that? And Jeannie? Any further discussion on your moved and seconded motion? All in favor?
Just a comment.
Good discussion, Councilor Roberts?
Just a comment, and what was, if we're gonna spend money to get,
No, not spend money,
No,
just staff report.
oh, this is staff report,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Is it the norm? What would trigger it?
Yeah.
Thank you, I understand.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And now we'll move to page 48.
With regards to, the planning, expenditures, for this year, we have budgeted $137,000, with a total revenue of $38,000. So similar to the building department, there's a huge gap between revenues and, total expenses, for providing this service. Now, the big thing for this year in terms of these projects would be the proposal for the building bylaw update. Now that the official plan has been completed, under the act, it has to be completed within 3 years if it's approved. So I have a date of November 18th of 2026 that we need to be completed by. We have received a quote from GFPQG of roughly $25,000, and my understanding, talking to the treasurer, is that would be covered through transfer reserves. There's money already there for it, so it doesn't change the budget at all.
Councilor Roberts?
Thank you. So, just a question, so the 137 is the remuneration plus our contract, that's where that number comes from?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so do we still think that, the contracting for the planning is the way to go, or do we have enough work in the department, we think, to hire a full-time plan?
Chair, can I answer that?
Sure.
An update on the overall operating organizational chart and where we sit with that will be coming forward to council. At this point, we don't have anything else in place. My understanding is that is what we are doing, at least for this budget year. But we have a plan to bring forward a slightly updated, tweaked organizational model. What we were waiting for was the passing of this year's budget, because there are a couple of new positions one in the fire department, and one potential administrative assistant position that we just wanted to get the direction on before bringing that forward to council. But that is, that deeper discussion of a plan for a planner, if you will, would come at that point in time.
So then the follow-up would be then, the contract estimate is $100,000. We don't know what it's gonna really, but it would be depending on how many applications and how much work he has to do. That'd be very safe.
Yes, sorry, I didn't know that was directed at me, I apologize. So yes, that would be a fair statement.
Re-declaring.
Yeah, we went out how many times looking for a planner, a junior planner, and with no success. There's not a lot of people out there, whether they don't want to come to a small municipality or whatever. And a fair bit of course expenses should be covered by the user. Some of it can't be, but a fair bit of it should be. That's maybe another thing to look at, our fees, that it is covered more so.
Do you want to respond to that?
Right, so just so council's aware, we have a fulsome review of all of our fees coming forward to council hopefully in April. And we're trying to consolidate them all into one bylaw, and the intent is that that bylaw will get reviewed every year at budget time. And whatever changes we determine should be made for the next calendar year would be incorporated into the budget as we move forward.
And I would just say, in response to Reeve McLaren, I'm not so sure the market's as tight as it once was. It was an employees market for a number of years, but I'm hearing from an awful lot of employers, and the work that I do on the Valley Heartland Board is showing that things are tight, and not like people are looking for jobs now, and I understand. But you don't know unless you go out to the market, I guess. I know when the planner at the county left, we got a fantastic replacement for very efficient. Jean?
I'm just curious, looking at the general operating expenditures, just the numbers jump out, a 345.73% increase, just what's that all about?
What line is that?
It's in the actual capital
It's in the summary,
summary, general operating expenditures.
so the fourth or fifth item down on the budget summary for planning.
Mostly consulting and legal fees.
I'm not sure where you're looking, Jeannie. I see total expenditures going down 6.94, revenue going up 34.77, and the overall going down 24.9. Oh, you're just looking at materials and contracts?
Yeah, just,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but just number is so huge, it just jumps out.
It's a small number.
Oh, that's because that's where the OP is included, the official plan review. Yeah, or sorry, zoning bylaw review, wrong words.
Right,
Zoning bylaw review is included there.
thank you.
And Chair, just a clarification, it's 28, we went from 2854 to 4975.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a large percentage increase, but.
No, that was budgeted for
And then
2022, yeah,
And the budget went way up to incorporate
yeah.
the,
Zoning.
But it's a zoning bylaw, I didn't realize that was included in
Yeah.
that, that's why. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions on the planning? Any further comments from the planners? No. Okay. Do we need to do any motions like this? I'm sure, I don't think we do. All right, well, thank you very much. Oh, hang on, you almost got it, no? Sorry about that. Brandon?
Never mind, he's doing it next.
You're free. Free as a bird. Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna go to corporate services with Suzanne McCall.
Stage. I'm gonna look lazy by just sitting here, I hope you don't take this up, I just have spread my paperwork everywhere. I'm just gonna hold steady unless there's a strong objection to that. Corporate services, 28 of the agenda and 24, let's start with corporate services and then we'll jump around a bit. I believe we need to cover off corporate services, council, elections, IT, and economic development, all in different spots. But we will start at the beginning of corporate services. I'm gonna change my mind, I'm the worst, sorry. Following Rhonda's direction, we're actually gonna start on capital, on page 25A and 21 of the, 25 of the agenda, 21 of the budget. But that is the corporate services capital that I wanted to start with, taking a look at. So we really got two line items under our capital corporate services. The first is our asset management plan. So we have allotted $20,000 into that, with the assumption of the $7,500 as a provincial grant, which brings us to our cost at $12,500. This goal is to bring us up to, I don't know if we'll make it up to date as to what is required as for this July, but at least up to date as to where we should be as of today is the goal. And so that would be contracted out to a third-party resource for that study. We certainly have a gap identified in the data that is required to go into and inform our asset management plan, so that would be our first step, is really focusing on some of those condition assessments. The second line item is admin building upgrades, so the total cost there at $95,000 is broken down into three different things. So we have $10,000 into the hydro repair that's required from, and we had discussed this back at a council meeting, I believe in the fall or winter, due to the hydro pole getting hit at the line that connects into our building, it requires a repair, so there's $10,000 set aside for that. And then there's another portion for the remaining windows that were not replaced in the 2024 system. Missing one around here. Oh, yes, a big one. And the other portion of it would be to build interior office walls within our large admin side of the building in order to provide separate offices for our treasurer, our tax clerk, our HR clerk, provide increased privacy and also reducing our kind of office noise and making it a more effective workspace for our employees. Any questions on the capital?
Councilor
So just do this amount here to make sure, so 10K for hydro repair, so windows, unknown, so 85,000 is gonna go to windows and interior office buildings, office space. Is that better?
I have a further breakdown, so it's 55,000 for the walls and 30 for the windows.
Any other questions? Allison?
Just a question, I just wanna confirm with Rhonda, is 20 enough for AMP?
I'm not really sure until I go out to RFP, but I guess at that time, if it's not, I'll come back to council and ask for additional funding.
Perfect, I just wanted to make sure the council is aware that that may not be enough with where we're currently sitting with that as draft as a management plan, just so that whenever, if Rhonda comes back, that we're all aware.
Steve?
It is that asset management plan that we have, the draft on that salary going on, or is it just obsolete?
I think it has some good bones, but unfortunately, from the tracking perspective of our capital assets, and the age and condition assessments for them, they're missing. So the plan kind of falls apart when you're looking at age and the state of things, because that data is just not there. So in terms of what we have, I think it's good that way. but what state they're in and how old they are, that's a weakness in that study.
Yeah, there were some roads that weren't even in Lander Highlands that were in here, I was very disappointed with that, asset management plan. Two houses, or councillor, I think applying proper funding, that's if there's gonna be anything that's gonna set our direction in the future, our asset management plan and our financial plan will go with that. Will paint the picture for what our township's gonna look like for some time. I think we have to be done accurately for sure.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if there's any possible grants for the hydro repair or the windows.
Sure.
You might not know track, but.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any grants, but however, if they come along, then we just won't pull the money out of reserves and it'll stay there for another project down the road.
Is the hydro repair on an insurance plan?
That was a decision based on the value of it, if it was gonna be less than $10,000, we were going to proceed with it being off insurance to reduce, or prevent impacting our deductible. And on the grants, I believe we used the county climate change grant to fund the windows in 2024. So that grant opportunity is available again this year. It will just be a matter of determining what township priority you're able to spend that $7,500 on.
Okay, windows, walls, I think we're beating that to death. Any other questions? All right, so, we move on to your next part of this, Suzanne?
Yeah, so this is where we'll switch to just taking a quick review on the operating for corporate services. So that would be page 28 of the agenda, page 24 of the budget package. And I'll just really try to highlight any of the areas that have changed for the most part. It's business as usual. Obviously, there is a salary and benefits increase as with all the other departments. And then what we have flagged is a half a year for potential new accounting clerk is what we've kind of flagged in the budget document. There's still further discussion about the exact role of admin support. But the general sense is that we have management level staff conducting a number of activities that could be handled by an administrative level, and thereby freeing up some of our capacity on our treasurer, on our CAO, on our clerk. So this was the type of position that you're looking into, and we think it requires a little bit further clarification on job description.
If there's questions on that?
Any questions? The job description, obviously, if we have people that are doing things that aren't inside the job description, that needs to be cleaned up. Is that gonna present problems in our org chart?
So that was the hope that we would have the direction on this position before coming back with a revision on our org chart. So my understanding is that historically there was an additional administrative clerk, if you will, or finance clerk within our finance department, that was reduced. There were duties shifted over to our reception position. So basically it's with Rhonda coming in as the new treasurer, we've been able to kind of take a look at roles, responsibilities, and we certainly are lacking some job cover, redundancy, succession planning, some of those key pieces amongst that team, and it's strictly that everybody is constantly at 110+% at all times. So we're really just trying to find a way to add some capacity to the department, and we also feel that that would be able to free up some of the workload on our higher positions that could potentially be leading to some of the staff turnover we've seen in the past, where staff just don't have the available time to accomplish everything that's on their to-do list.
It's my understanding that this backlog from 2023 to 2025 should be cleaned up, hopefully, in the year ends and audit process. Was that going to give us some relief and people really probably can catch up on financials?
The double duty is mostly me at this point, to be fair. Yeah, so, what Suzanne is saying is absolutely correct, like, all the staff are working, 110%. And unfortunately, things get behind even from a daily reporting, perspective because of that. And I feel like, for me as a manager, I should be focusing more on, long-term solutions, for the township rather than, filing and typing letters and, that sort of thing. So those are the kinds of things that we're hoping to shift. And also, I'm still doing some day-to-day financial pieces, like the bank rec, for example. That isn't something that I need to be doing, and I also don't think the staff have the capacity to take that on at this point. So that's the reasoning, some of the reasoning behind asking for this additional person.
Additional comments, questions? Okay, we're finished this part.
The other increase would be along the materials and contracts, so that is where we've included, our audit costs, that got kind of spent as ARO requirements. And this is also, the insurance risk assessment came in, so we were able to have, some quotes done for this and some proposals came in that have informed that budget piece. Questions on that? The line item on health and safety, so where we have the WSIB Health and Safety Excellence Plan, we are hoping to offset some of our costs that come through that, like with our online training platform. But other than that, there were, just seeing if there's anything I'm missing here. So insurance, obviously, we had a reduction in that from the line item in 2024, as has been previously discussed, but that is also another one to raise.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the insurance, my memory serves that that decrease from the 2024 budget on insurance was to go to reserves. Is that what happened, or did it get absorbed?
Still working on 2024 year, but yes, that's where it will go.
Okay.
So, sorry.
Allison?
Yeah, we realize, we appreciate Rhonda and that you're catching up. So with the risk management, the 22,000, was that coming from, tax levy?
No, it's coming from reserves, the reserves that I've just set aside for insurance.
That's what I was gonna ask, was just
Yeah.
if it's, asked to take it from the
Yeah,
reserve, but
no, it's coming from there already, yeah.
Okay, we're on to the next section, so yeah.
Okay, so we discussed council, which is on 27 of the agenda, so just the page before regular. So the biggest piece here would be looking to increase some of the expenditures to improve where we're headed with live streaming of meetings. So there's some amounts included there for replacing our mics or upgrading our mics and having the YouTube live stream connection. So that is what the most significant changes within that.
Questions, Steve?
Just we're budgeting $6,000 for travel and training, of which 2,200 got used. Why would we be increasing it to 7,500? That's travel and training under the expenditures engaged 27. It was 2,207.76, approved budget of 6,000. We're proposing to increase it to 7,500.
Oh,
Did you guys see it?
Second line. Yeah, we see it.
I know it's a small amount, whatever, we're looking for pennies here, trying to keep that.
Sure, that's an area that could maybe be reduced a little bit. I think, you leave enough money in, because there is the potential that every one of you could go to a conference. and therefore have travel and those expenses, but if you want to reduce that.
That's easy to resolve though. Show of hands if anybody that's going to a conference.
This year?
Employees or?
Okay, so Steve wants to.
I'm not sure yet, maybe, I'm not sure yet.
Through Landmark Islands.
So we have one, maybe two. Okay, so that's good.
You for just carry the 6,000 forward, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's 5.
Sure, we can drop it to 5.
Fine.
Do you want the formalized one, or are you okay?
Yeah, we can formalize that.
Put that in there.
Sorry.
So somebody wanna make a motion that we set the amount for travel and training at $5,000?
Steve's making that.
Moved by Steve, seconded by Marina, all in favor? And that's carried.
I don't know if there are any questions about elections, it really is, for 2025, just the normal process where we were planning within reserves for 2026.
Sorry, through that meeting, we decided to go to this electronic, is that going to produce any savings for us? Or does it give us any kind of financial advantage, or is it really more expensive for you to?
It will result in a small savings, probably in the neighborhood of about 2,500 to 3,000 by the time you factor in the payment of staff and the printing of ballots. So I want to say between $2,500 and $5,000 in savings.
Councilor Brady.
Thank you, Chair. So back to the 2022 elections, I know that they had bought, so the actual cost were just over 46,000, I think, and they had bought computers at that time and then rolled it in to staff computers at the end of it. So I guess my question here is the 7,000 additional reserve transfers for computers. Obviously, the costs are gonna go up in 2022 is $2.45 per elector for the IntelliVote stuff, is that what? So we already have 50,000 in reserves for election without the 7 or close to. And then we're gonna be putting another 13,500 next year, so we're gonna be closer to 63,000. Do we really need to put the other 7? I know it's small, but it's just in that sense.
We have received some preliminary pricing from IntelliVote, and the costs look relatively in line with previous years, so that will remain consistent. I'm not sure whether we could do without it. We may need some mechanism in terms of computer support. I'm not quite sure yet what we can manage with existing. An iPad or two likely wouldn't go amiss as we roll out the vote in some of the other community areas. But I can't really say right now, likely yes, could be an option and an area for reduction.
Just because I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to answer the piece about 2026. So typically in election year, and this is the way that I always worked it, was you didn't have that reserve transfer that year because that's the year that you're having the expenditure for the election. So you're only using the previous 3 years allocation, and then whatever else you're spending comes out of that allotment for the budget that year.
Totally fine, but I think even if, we're still, I guess for me, I'm just wondering like on the anticipated cost with the paper reduction, so I think we've always been kind of been told that paper was substantially more money to be added in.
I guess we probably ran a very tight ship in terms of the paper side of things. Few staff, and that was the majority of the cost for the 2022 election, was the payment of the additional staff load for the management of the paper side of things. And again, my recollection of that Total cost, printing was very minimal, had it done in Carlton Place, and it was, the majority of the funds were staff payment to the tune of probably like I say, between $3,500 and $5,000.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask for clarification, when you mean staff payment, you mean staying late and running these things? Like, could that be time and lieu instead?
It's additional staff that we need in order to run a paper ballot system, security, and just personnel above and beyond current staff.
No, they get paid.
Okay, Councilor Roberts?
Hey, this may not be budget related, just confusion for me. How does the scrutineers work with that conflict?
They're volunteers, they show up and they sign a thing saying they're a scrutineer, they scrutinize.
I understand those scrutineers are electronically, how is there electronic scrutiny?
It's a lot more secure. Scrutineer is typically monitoring, as the count for sure, but also sort of interference. If there's people hanging around and hanging over people's shoulders as they tick that ballot. In an electronic environment, the same isn't true. We would have staff maybe overseeing some elements where there's a particularly elderly voter who comes in, and we would support them in that, but not to the same level of a traditional scrutineer.
But there is scrutiny, still some scrutineers, and there's no real cost to it, additional cost to that.
Not really, no. We will be able to manage, because we've shifted now fully in televote or phone internet voting, the additional staff complement should be able to manage the election.
Okay, so, seeing no more hands, we'll move on to the next part of your presentations.
I just checked, does everyone want to carry forward as what we have, IT, economic development, and parks and recreation, and arena, everything left to go, just keep carrying forward? So on the IT topic, that would be, 31 of the agenda, package 27 of the budget. So under the general operating expenditures, we did make the decision to cut back on the total services under IT kind of broad bucket amount based on 2024 spending. But there's a new increase in there, which would be expanding the pro-based web service for a website update. So we got a quote on that from our current provider, $38,500 was the quote for that. So that keeps their regular annual fee plus adds in the website update. So that is a big difference there. And then if we go down to the transfer of reserves, we had included laptop stocking stations, which I think is also to complete the remaining laptops that were not purchased in the last round. So we had a bunch of laptops updated for staff in 2024. Alright. Oh, I'm probably not close enough to it, sorry. Getting relaxed back here. Yeah, so that is the transfer reserve for 7,000 there.
So who's in charge of IT on staff right now?
By default.
Well, seriously, I don't think it's joking now, right? I think we've just gone through a kind of a reorg at the county as well, and they have a tremendous amount of resources that we don't have. So would it not make sense to put somebody in charge, maybe just start, and then we could take it from there? Because I have a hard time, so general operating expenditures, I don't have a clue what any of those are. And I'm not sure this is somebody who can explain that, so.
through you, Chair, so previously, instead of it being a role-based, it seems that it was a person-based decision on who had the background and experience in it. So that had sat before with our previous treasurer. At her departure in October, it found my desk. It sits around the side of it. And most of the legwork day-to-day is run by our existing contract with NovaPro. So they kind of push our current work plan, but if we were at the point of looking for any change to our regular kind of day-to-day, I would say that would be a struggle to figure out who was managing that process.
I actually think, I'll throw it out there, I think we should hire somebody on contract to advise and build a plan and we have all these contracts with these other suppliers and we don't know if they're any good or not. In fact, I think our experience might be that we had one that was not so good not so long ago. But how would we know that, and how would you know that, because you're not experts on IT, right? So there are people, individuals even, that you could put on some type of contract to get a benefit of their vast knowledge and experience on these types of things. I continue to worry about things like security. That's, all municipalities are vulnerable to that right now. There's been some recent examples of that in the news. I don't know how much you spend on that. I'm not saying you spend $100,000, but even if you just had somebody that could give you some advice, and then if you needed more of them, you could buy more of that person if you needed them. But just sort of a sounding board of expertise or something. If that makes sense. So that's my thought, Marina.
Thank you, Chair. Back last year when the treasurer was, former treasurer was overwhelmed with this role, I did share 2 companies from Ottawa that I was familiar with. One was very reactive in, I have an issue right now, I need support. And then the other one was more proactive, looking at your current system, making recommendations. Both of them are contract based. They come at a cost though. The reactive one is more expensive because they're there to get you out of a pickle. The other one would be sort of an expense that you would budget for on an annual basis. I'm happy to share the contacts again, but I think this was something we'd have to go to our FP for if we wanted it.
Jeannie?
I too, I remember a couple of years ago, I went to a Roma and they were talking about cyber attacks and how prevalent it was. So obviously somebody, whether it's somebody from the public, would have to have clearance or that kind of credentials. But I'm not sure, are we paying a fee to NovaPro for support? And if we are paying that fee, what is the fee as opposed to going back to the model where we used to use the county as our IT backup?
Through you, Chair, I don't have the numbers to clearly say that today, and the reason is that we have a base contract, and then we have additional services and work orders that get added as required and as requested, and there have been a lot of changes to that. The rollout of the laptops last year was a new work order related to that. We've had increase of our security and our multi-factor authentication process, which was also an addition. So there have been a number of changes. It's certainly something that we can, it was kind of on the list of things to review. We are in a contract, I believe, to the end of 2026, but again, that can be looked into and see what our options are. And connected to the who's running IT, I think that's another piece, is that there is really no one to be able to regularly report on how the NovaPro service is costed and what we're getting from it.
Okay, Councilor Roberts.
Thank you. So just on a breakdown on the 188K, we have no, or maybe I should do the same, do you have a breakdown for 188K? In that line item, for general operating expenses?
It's on the lower part of the page.
And that that is the 20,000 for the modernization, 40 for, that adds up to the 188, is that what we're doing?
120,000, let me put my right on, 120,000 for computer support, and it's listed on the right-hand column, all of the pieces that require support annually. It's 42,000 for the pro-based web application, it's 21,000 for hardware, and it's a $7,000 transfer to reserves to pay for council laptops and things in 2026, so after the election happens, there'd be money there to get computer supports.
Okay, so that is expenditures, does inside of that, does that cover off the so-called deficiencies in control systems that we had? Sure, I said it. We had information in closed session that there was things that needed to be addressed. Is that inside of this budget?
There is a new level of security through cyber insurance put in place, and there have been a number of changes made in IT to improve our security, our screening for things like phishing emails and a training component set up for staff. So there's been a great deal of progress on the security on our IT systems that was conducted in 2024. And my understanding is that NovaPro continues to roll forward with that program of managing it, assessing how we're doing the vulnerability scans, and then putting into place the steps that are necessary to address it.
So all these things will alleviate our management of our situation?
Those that were related to IT specifically. Correct.
I can't move a motion, but if somebody wanted to move a motion to say that we should investigate getting some contract support for our IT department, this would be the appropriate time.
Sure, I'll move a motion that when it is convenient for staff in the near future, that they bring a report back exploring some options for IT support.
Seconded by Councilor Roberts. Further discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. All right, thank you. Suzanne, back to you.
We just flip to the economic development, 53 of the agenda, 52 of your budget package. Sorry, didn't how would I be? Hopefully I'll remember one possible. It's been a long week. Sorry, economic.
It's page 49 of the budget, 53 of the package.
It's hard, easy to miss with one line.
And this is really, I guess, the topic that I wanted to address. There have been some discussions and even within the survey, notes on the prioritization of economic development, and our current budget for this is $1,000. I do believe, again, this is a topic that will be discussed further in the council priorities and strategic plan component. And as well, myself and the clerk met with a consultant that focuses on supporting economic development. And so we do have some ideas and concepts that could be lower cost as to how we at least start the ball rolling. And some of that can be carried by internal staff as available. But I just basically wanted to confirm that this is where we sit today, $1,000, yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should be doing an awful lot more, at the very least, looking into maybe reestablishing some type of a citizens committee like we had previously. Maybe coming up with a bit of a plan with the help of a consultant, something like that. I especially worry about the incoming tariffs and trying to think about how that might impact us as well. So I'm seeing 3 or 4 hands up. I'm gonna start with Jeannie and work my way right around the horseshoe here, so I'll start with
Thank you. I know way back when we did actually have an economical committee or community involvement, it was good. then I tried to bring through using OMAFRA. Some of the programs that they have were very low cost, and that was shut down at the time, so I'd be interested in looking at what OMAFRA or any government agency has to assist us in building up and looking at potential development.
Thank you, Chair. So, I believe, and maybe Peter and Bill can confirm this, but I think the county approved the $5,000 tourism fund for each lower tier again this year. Okay, so, we also have that to potentially go off of, and then the Remembrance Day banners, and I apologize, Rhonda, I didn't go through the newest, package. Are they included in FDM or the Parks and Rec?
They're actually in the council budget,
Oh, they're in council budget?
under donations.
Okay, okay. So I was gonna say, we can add that, but also that potentially could get funded from the tourism unless Chelsea already has some other ideas for that 5,000, which I'm sure she does. But just that we do have the 5,000 as well to keep it going.
That's a good point. And just while we're at it, I don't want to lose this thought, Rhonda. I was trying to, so we were at the environmental part, and I forgot to see if we had the revenue captured from the, there's a climate change grant, which I think is $10,000, 7,500 in county. And I just wanted to make sure, I believe we have to ask for it. You don't ask, you don't get it, and we just wouldn't want it.
There is a deadline for it, yeah.
It'd be,
Yeah, there's a deadline, you gotta apply.
Yeah, and our committee's on it,
What?
the waste committee.
Oh, the waste one,
Yeah.
okay,
but
oh,
I'm saying it should be in the budget. Because it's revenue. That's all. So that was a good point about the 5,000, and maybe that's a great place for it. Steve, Councilor Robertson.
I don't know if some of these things are incorporated in other budget, but certainly inside of the economic development, I think it's inclusive of our strategic plan renewal that we need from our ratepayers, so that where that funding is going to come from. Any kind of our official plan review that's supposed to be done every 5 years, something if that's going to be funded through something like this. And then any kind of internal sustainability plan that we have in terms of exactly, so $1,000, we need nothing with that, I wouldn't work $240 to spend with it. It just seems to be a dormant budget line in the economic development should actually be some kind of spearhead that we're using. Those three things, the strat plan, first any kind of official plan reviews, and when necessary, and an internal sustainability plan. Are they funding or are we doing anything that some of the grassroots building blocks that we should be looking at to build some economic development?
Through you, Chair. And I know lean on a little bit on this. The official plan review was completed a year or two ago, I believe, and now the next step of that process is to do the zoning bylaw update. So that was the one that was raised in Kyle's presentation. As far as, so I believe we are compliant and on a good path with those requirements. As for the strategic plan review, the cost is expected to be fairly tight, in the range of about $3,000, and we believe that should be able to be accommodated in the consulting line item for corporate services. And as far as what was done in 2024 under economic development, I think with a budget of $1,000 and without having any clear direction, it was difficult to really do. There really was no focus and plan on an economic development action. I guess my question now is, if there is a desire to do something else, does that require a budget of greater than $1,000?
I would say make it $5,000 or $10,000 and spend some money on some advertising. We have the Europe puts out a beautiful magazine every year that people take home and save, and a lot of tourists get it, and I think the rates are quite reasonable. They used to do one out of Perth as well, and the chamber did one, I don't know if they still do one. But things like that, and maybe somebody talked about the Heartland, they're into everything. And, there's all kinds of low-cost things that we can, get our name in front of.
I'll just point out, the township does advertise in Maple Lanes, but you're welcome to do a much bigger ad.
I'm talking about with a specific economic development thing, Brent.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether it's very specific to economic development, but I can say that for the last 3 years, the Recreation Advisory Committee has been working on a recreation and tourism guide, similar to what the county used to put out. That, to my knowledge, is what the $5,000 county tourism grant has gone to the last 2 years. One was to redo all of the maps in the hamlets. And then the other one, I don't know that it went through last year because there was a staffing changeover, but that, to my knowledge, was what it was earmarked for this year because we are almost ready to come to council for approval to go to print. But it's sort of hitting a similar thing, not very economic development, but also getting people into our township to spend money in our township, so along the same lines.
I actually always feel that tourism and recreation is part and parcel of economic development, so, Allison.
Sorry, just with Councillor Saunders saying that she doesn't think that the 5,000 got used last year. I know that as Lower Tier municipalities had the ability to let the county know that we couldn't use it, they set it aside for us the next year, so did we do that, so that we might have 10 this year? No idea.
Yeah, we can step off and look into that.
Yes.
Good. Well, if we have an extra 5, throw it into this one. Councillor Close.
Thank you, through you, Chair, I agree with your comment about looking at low-cost options. I think at one time, Lander Towers had a person on staff that was economic development, and to spend now in this day and age over $100,000 per annual, per year on a person that's strictly looking at economic development, it doesn't make sense for us, so I'd be looking at every low-cost option that we could, I think this would say we're exploiting, any low-cost option we could use to further the municipality would be great.
And I think Steve made a point too, when we get into the strategic plan, that'll be a big component of that as well. Okay, I guess we're back to Suzanne for the next item.
Parks and Rec, I'm actually.
Oh, you're doing Parks and Rec, okay. Page 50 of the budget, 54 of the package.
Will, I'll bring, you want to come up to the hot seat here?
It's actually the page before that. What is it?
Parks and Rec, are we doing arena first or Parks and Rec? There's two, yeah.
I got arena here.
Okay.
45 of the agenda. We'll start at 100%.
Can you say that?
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Capital first, so 25 of the agenda, 21 of the budget.
That's the 5
25.
of the budget, or agenda?
25 of the agenda, 21 of the budget for capital.
Oh, Suzanne, can I just ask a quick discussion through the chair? Would anybody be opposed or made a discussion to the treasurer? Should Parks and Recreation and the arena not be one budget?
Should be. I would love that personally.
I think you should, me too.
I always thought it was.
Yeah. No, it's not, they're two separate.
Well, I think the arena should stay separate because there's a lot of, seasonal cost to it, there's a lot of unique cost to it.
But it's still,
Well, it'd make it easier, but it would just, I would not be able to ask you questions to be able to formulate an answer. So how much do you reckon you bill for your unit? This next thing, or everything.
You've all got an opinion.
I assume that would just be a line.
In my experience, and it's only from Mississippi Mills, but it was a long time. We only had one budget, and it was all combined into one, and we had no issues with being able to decipher what was what.
and ask questions.
And ask questions.
Like you could obviously, it's one budget, you break down your arena electricity, building electricity.
Yeah.
Very clear.
I think the obvious thing is we had an arena for years and years and years and no Parks and Rec, and then Parks and Rec come on, so just added in the project. So,
Okay, so do we need a motion to approve together?
No.
Okay.
So what are we doing first?
So we're on page 21 of the budget, 25 of the package. The proposed capital budget for Parks and Rec.
Okay.
That's the last item on that spreadsheet.
I'm going to do a preliminary apology upfront, that this is a bit of a last minute change. We really thought we were going to be able to get Chelsea back in time. She was traveling. There was a little bit of a risk that she wouldn't provide in time, and that is what's happened here. So you have myself, and then I'll get Will to support some of the details where required, but please bear with me on it. So if we start on capital for Parks and Recreation, the first item is the Watson's Corners Community Hall. So the idea here is if we are successful with the community sport infrastructure funding, that would do the capital improvements of that hall. The township would be required to put in 50% of the project, and there'd be 50% from grant. Total project cost was about $300,000, but we still don't know about the grant. We haven't heard yet, and we're already pushing April. So the idea with the amount that's held there is it's to reflect the amount of work that we believe we could get done, that would be the township's responsibility in the remainder of 2025. So that's kind of how we came up with the partial cost there. The Clyde Boardwalk drawings are a carryover from 2024. The Tatlock Hall is the same thing.
Sorry, I just missed something. What is drawing, $65,000 for drawings?
It's the boardwalk design.
Yes.
So with the Clyde Ballpark improvements that happened in 2024, there was a piece of the project that was improvements to the boardwalk that did get completed in 2024. So this piece would be the drawings and design for that part of the project. There is some ongoing grant applications for that as well through the Blue Jays Fund. I believe, maybe looking to Marina to the non-rate picture, that the hope is that we would get external funding to support that improvement.
So if it's $65,000 just for the drawings, then what, hundreds of thousands for the boardwalk, or?
Through you, Chair, we applied through the Blue Jays funding for $550,000.
And if we don't get the funding, we spend $65,000.
Can I speak to it?
Through you, Chair. What is happening down there and what is causing drainage issues, I'm not an engineer, but this is what I'm being told, is that there are erosion issues coming from the road that are causing drainage issues down through the boardwalk. And what is underneath has been ripped up in some places because the boardwalk is just completely rotted. And so if we were to take up the pieces of plywood that are down there now, it would not be accessible. You could not get a stroller, you could not get a wheelchair through any of that boardwalk space. So it is important that it does get fixed in order to make that park accessible and usable. Right now, there's a patch-up fix that was in the budget last year, but there does need to be some work down at that boardwalk to make the ball field accessible. What has been applied for in the Blue Jays funding is a beautiful, brand new boardwalk space. If that's not successful, we will need to go back to the drawing board to make something workable in our budget.
So the answer to your question, Bill, could you just get clarification to your question? Are we spending $65,000 in the capital? Is it in that, and in the budget?
So I think we have had discussions around the council chamber about having shelf-ready projects as well, and there seems to be a lot of money for rec. So like, if we have a shelf-ready project like the Blue Jays, that would be beneficial, because we've gotten so close every year. It could be beneficial for that too.
So yes or no, are we gambling? I don't understand, is that, so that's what the question is, the council, do we wanna make a shelf-ready project of $65,000, or what's it in this grant?
So through you, Chair, my understanding is that, because of some of the structural issues as raised by Rena, there's actually testing that needs to be done in order to determine what the solutions could be and what the design would look like. So it is a little bit of a higher cost, design because it's a complicated structure and it's also causing other issues than just access, it's causing these drainage issues. So there'd be, like hole testing required and soil testing, stability, slope design, that would be more than just your average boardwalk.
Go to Jeannie and then Ron.
Thank you. Just from my memory, being on council for almost 10 years, there's been a fair amount of money that's been spent on every year replacing boards, doing temporary fixes. So I think if, you have to spend money to make something safe and viable rather than constantly putting money in, and that just kind of gets rid of the rate. So I think it's money well spent.
Thank you, future, yeah. I mean, I can understand Councilor Morris and Councilor King, or Deputy King's, thinking that it sounds like a lot of money, it does sound like a lot of money, it is a lot of money, to pay for the study, but you need the study to move the project forward. I just hope that the study came in at a lot cheaper price than $65,000. I think we're budgeting way over budget for that. I've had talks with people that are knowledgeable in that type of field, and they think it's a pretty high figure, but I mean, it's only a budget figure, it doesn't mean you have to spend $65,000.
The only concern I have is it represents, almost 2% tax rate on something. I agree with Councilor Kelso's, kicking a can down the street sort of thing. I mean, we can do that with the roads in my ward, that's why I'm advocating for road work, but, I'm just wondering, where the $65,000 number came from? Did it just appear, or did someone actually have asked for an RFP for this?
Through you, Chair, my understanding is at this point, it's just been based on some high-level discussions, no formal quotes. We did previously, I believe, have 50,000 earmarked. Neither Will or I are sure what the changes between the 50 to the 64. If there would have been additional information, or just straight out that we had a 50,000 number years back, and it was just assumed that that would be more costly having it moved down the road by another year or two, I'm sure.
Will this come to council? It will come to council as a tender or something?
Yeah, I think this should be taken out of the budget, put it into an RFP provision, and get a firmer number for options, and you can do some options.
Well, I think the challenge, Steve, is you need to sort of have it in the budget. As a placeholder, sorry.
Right.
Bernie, Ron, that's what I was gonna say.
No, I'm sorry. I was just gonna clarify the numbers. So although a reserve can be reallocated, this is a project that was in the budget last year. So council has already approved this work. I suppose at the very least you can reduce it back to the 50,000 since we don't know what the increases were. But it's not new money in 2025. But it is using a reserve that could possibly be reallocated if you choose not to go forward.
Just want to follow up, so to Rhonda's point, it's already been allocated for that, and I don't know whether the Blue Jays grant is contingent on having that design already to go.
I can speak to that. It's not necessarily contingent in that there is a contract or an agreement laid out, but there's a commitment from the township as well that permits and plans have been started and in the work. This is not a brand new project, it is a need that has been come up for multiple years. So I would say, yes, having a shelf-ready project would help greatly in the success of the grant.
So I think the options are, do we keep it at 65, do we move it back to 50, do we defer it as Councillor Roberts was proposing? Okay,
So without Chelsea being here, the benefit of her maybe having knowledge that we're not aware of, I say we leave it at what is in the proposed budget. And then if it's not needed, well then it goes back to reserve.
because there's always, the reason I was asking whether it comes to council is because it could also come in at higher than 65,000 as well, if we have to deal with that at the time. Great.
Thank you. Again, without speaking for Chelsea, because I'm not sure, I think that we would be safe in bringing it back to the 50. If I could make an assumption, I think that she probably just factored in COLA and people increasing their costs and fees year to year.
I just make the suggestion, go to 55, that leaves 10 grand, if you got 10, it gives you a little more of a cushion there, you get an extra 5 from what you originally planned on. And if it comes in less, it comes in less. If it comes in more, you're on the council and ask for more, so.
The only thing I would say is if it goes to 50, there's no impact on the tax.
I was just gonna say,
I was gonna suggest, is there 55 in the reserve that we could look on? Is it straight 50?
no, because
Sorry, I keep forgetting to turn my mic on. It was 50 that was in the 24 budget, so that's the money that was set aside, so there's not 55.
So the wishes of the council are, Katie?
I'll start it off, and if we set 50 split, let's just go with 50. It's already there.
I have a motion that it be 50. Do I have a second? Councillor Roberts? All in favor? That's carried.
Just to set the stage for the next couple of items, they also fall in the same category of being carried forward from 2024. And are they, Rhonda's just.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interject there. I noticed that there was an error in the reserve allocation because there is the compressor work, I believe it is, that's being carried forward, and I did not carry forward the reserve allocation. So there's 26,000 that should be allocated within the budget, so it doesn't hit the tax base again in 2025.
so it's gonna become reserve.
Councillor Roberts?
On the top block hall, says I did have some communication with H&M, the Highlands North Network that is involved there. And I think when we were looking for savings last year, the hall offered to remove the East Rock ice guards. I don't know if it was because they weren't necessary or just a good one to remove the cost. But I do know that the well frozen this year, if that money was not needed for ice guards as well, to maybe it be allocated to getting a drill well to reduce the 400+ feet that the water comes from the township garage building across to the hall, which is now, I believe, underneath their Field of Greens program, which may contribute to some parts of the freezing or something happened that it goes to. Anyway, some kind of a well fund, whether it's a grant or whether it's reallocation, to insulate the line properly and provide secure water for that hall would be appreciated for sure.
You guys have a response to that, or?
So through your chair, so the information I have is that when our building inspector himself has looked at that location, it was through his recommendation that we moved towards this East Rock and Iceberg. project, and that didn't get completed in 2024, we didn't have the money to, so we'll be looking to complete it this year. So your well reserve, that would be in addition to what is included here, is that the ask?
Yes, if we're not, if, I didn't understand that as a safety issue, so if there's ice, impingement on walkways or something, or potential for people as a safety issue would take priority. Same with this the cleaner system for the well. Did we get a RFP or request for a quote for a well for that? So that's a top of your head figure for what a well costs these days. That'd be
Not cheap.
20,000. 20, so we put a 20,000 for maybe an option for that one?
My understanding is 20,000 would be about what we're looking at. I know that one of the topics, again, being moved with the council priority is review of township assets, buildings, facilities, all of the buildings that we own and maintain, and what our plan is to have how we'll approach the cost for maintaining those. So I think a subject like that would be excellent for that discussion. However, perhaps it's something we move down the line to that instead of putting into this year's budget.
I didn't realize as well as we're only on the month.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the top-up eavesdrop and ice guards, Kyle, our CBO, is recommending from a safety perspective, this is necessary to do in 2025.
Will's gonna speak on my behalf here for a second.
So we've had some issues with, water damage in the building, as with the amount of snow that's coming off the roof, it's sitting sort of by the building, so it's also to remove that water, so it'll drain down the driveway, and it's also to, also for safety, because there's a lot of ice coming off the roof, hitting other pieces of the roof and damaging the roofs, and then we're forced to replace it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so the other, I don't know if there are any other questions about those ones that have moved forward. The other would be the grates in the Roswell garage, also included in 2024 and moving forward, and the arena repairs for the compressor upgrade moved forward.
That's already, we already have that from last year.
Correct, we move forward for 2024.
I can't recall what the discussion was completely, but I remember speaking against the grates last year, wondering if they were a major priority, because I thought somewhere along the line there was a discussion around Public Works and Parks and Rec and having a discussion about depots, and so I just don't, like, if it wasn't, if it wasn't a huge urgent priority last year, can we wait to have a discussion in buildings and facilities before we go forward with this project?
We'll talk about what was mentioned last year, and then I'll maybe jump back in on the facilities.
As far as I know, the grates were, in the budget last year. We were able to get them done just because of management and all that kind of stuff. So they were put through this year. And the main reason is because we're always working in water. As Parks and Rec, we're trying to maintain all of our own equipment now, so we don't have to send it out to get fixed. So we're really trying to limit the health and safety risk of our staff in the actual garage.
But I do think that that's a fair statement, that once we're looking at, we made that statement for one facility, we should use that lens for another. And seeing that we weren't able to accomplish that last year, I think we could look into the timing of how that rolls out. Knowing that this was a move forward from the previous year, it would be held in reserves. Perhaps we're safe to leave it as a line item for this year, but direct staff to have the go-ahead be tied to the study of facilities and assets.
Councillor Roberts.
Just trying to refresh, I remember that the grates were to enable washing of vehicles inside of the building, was it not? Was there water control from washing vehicles for washing?
A lot of times when we're doing a lot of plowing now for ourselves for fire. Once you bring in vehicles inside, they're draining constantly and just cooling up in the center of the actual garage. So this will eliminate all that kind of stuff.
So $25,000 to just drill a hole in concrete, whatever they're in?
Yeah, we actually have to bust all the concrete out, cut it, fabricate the grates in there and
We just can't believe it's $25,000. We put an RFP in for that, or is that just ballpark?
If we were to move forward with the project, it would go to RFP. I don't know that we have any formal quotes, that have been formed on that. So they've only been through budget discussions with, we had somebody come to the site to take a look at what the scenario is and what it would cost, so that's where the budget number came from today.
Allison?
Thank you, Chair. So with that, so if we're putting grates in, we're obviously gonna have to have oil separators, and all, like a holding system. So I honestly feel like this should be a bigger discussion with, facilities to make sure, so we're changing it, we have to make sure that it meets current code. So I would like to see it brought forward, the facility discussion.
The garage? Because it's a garage.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, getting foggy, you're saying you don't wanna, you wanna take this out of the budget right now? You okay with it right now? So it won't get done this year,
It was in the last year.
right?
I think there should be a discussion.
Oh, okay, I just wanted a clarification what the gist was. I was kind of looking at Robert, so this money's already been set aside, but what we're saying is take it out and then we'll have discussion at the, okay, I'm in favor of that. Okay.
I'll move the motion. That Rothwell garage grates carried over from 2024 will be deferred until the full facilities discussion and remain in reserves for a later date if necessary.
All right, we have a motion, is it seconded? Allison seconded? All in favor? And all opposed? And that's carried. Okay, Robert?
So the last one on that list is the arena repairs, compressor upgrade, also moved forward in 2024. Any concern or questions about that project?
What are we upgrading for $26,000? What are we upgrading for $26,000? Is it replacing?
we're gonna be upgrading, red compressor number one, I do believe it is.
Too many are on.
Oh, is it?
Completing, a compressor upgrade, this is required every couple of years. To both of our compressors, we're doing one this year, and our condenser, that we put in 2 years ago, the technicians recommended putting a stronger pump in, so all the sprayers are properly spraying in the condenser itself.
Okay, Marina?
Thank you. Since it didn't get done last year, were there major issues that you noticed this season, or did we get through the season? I'm just wondering why it didn't get done.
Yeah, no, we got through the season all right, it's just, every couple of years, we gotta do overhauls on our compressors for the rain.
I believe that was another priority of last year that got extended with the changes in our staffing on the facilities.
This is part of like the certified rate attendant stuff that we have to do? Is this just an option from the manufacturer? Is this part of the certification?
Our normal operating procedures for having an arena and an ice pad would be that every few years it would require the upgrade to maintain and carry forward.
Marina?
Thank you. Sorry if I'm putting you on the spot and you don't know. I'm just wondering, when it was purchased, like, has it been tagged out, like, has there been issues? If it's not broke, I understand a maintenance schedule that's realistic, but could we push this to January 2026? Like, is this absolutely crucial that it's done right now?
We are just going off the recommendations of East Mechanical, which provides all of our services. So if you guys, if you want to push it later, this is their recommendations.
My inclination would be to take the recommendation of the experts.
Absolutely, yeah, just be that recommendation you shared with council, so we would understand it. And read back.
Yeah, remember a couple of terms ago when the condenser, I believe it was replaced with the galvanized one, which lasted like 2 years, and we've got to put in stainless, so you don't break with stuff like that.
Councillor Close?
And not putting words in Councilor's mouth, I think maybe what she's thinking is, you know, get it into January, but I don't think January is probably a very good time to do it. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it in the off season, that's when you're gonna do repairs, so we're splitting it down the middle.
Okay, good discussion. We've gone through all of the capital items. That's one.
We have the Robertson Lake dock, and it's a replacement of that dock for $5,500. It's really in a state of disrepair at this time. And then the second item is a salter for our existing plow truck. So that in the staff changes, the original budget list had a new plow truck with salter for the Parks and Rec department. The decision was made to defer that to another year. And the big need appeared to be that our existing salter is not functioning well. It gets clogged up and it's not functioning. So this was the alternate approach, was to just replace the salter.
So for the Robinson Lake dock, is it being repaired, replaced? And if it is, do we build it or do we buy it?
Sure, yeah, it's a total replacement, the red dock.
So
So we'll roll the old one out, put the new one in.
do you actually buy a dock or do you build the dock?
No, it'll be all done repaired.
All right,
Jeannie has a question.
Jeannie?
Yeah, I just have a question. Do we supply docks for all of the areas? Because I'm trying to think of the head of the housing. I don't think there's a dock up there. So is it just on a, historically they've had docks and we're replacing it? Is that the way it works?
Yes, the replacement of existing is what the project is aimed to do.
All right. Marina, last
Thank you.
question?
Just on the salter and the plow truck, I'm assuming that we've gone through all measures to try to get it repaired, fixed. It's not that old.
So the issue we're having with the salter is it's way too small. We've taken over a lot of responsibility now for fire hydrants, fire halls, municipal office, arenas, and we're filling it up like every 5 minutes. There's not enough yardage in the bucket, so we're just trying to find something a lot bigger to be able to support us to do all of our sites.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you, follow-up. I'm just wondering if that's been a conversation between Public Works Manager and the Facilities Manager to see if, like, is there a different route, is there different shared services? Because I often see Public Works doing the arenas and this, and so I'm just not sure if this is totally necessary or if a different approach could be of shared responsibilities.
Through you, Chair, my understanding is that we had Public Works filling in as a result that the Parks and Rec standard wasn't functioning well. So it was more of a temporary measure. I will say this past season as well has been heavy on ice and sand. So it was and maybe that's the direction, who knows, with the changes of weather, if that's what we're looking towards. But it was a lot more use, and then when it wasn't functioning, that's kind of what we looked at. There has not been that broader discussion. At this point, there is kind of a base level understanding of what has been, or what is being accomplished today. I do believe there needs to be a bit of a review between Parks and Rec facilities, whichever you want to target it as, fire and public works to ensure that we're doing things in the most effective manner, and that could potentially mean using more outsourced contracts as opposed to buying more equipment, but that conversation has not happened yet, to my understanding.
Sorry, one last follow-up, can I make a suggestion then, that this comes off, and that with a new Public Works manager, that discussion happens in the next 2 months in the off-season, and that it could come back early fall if it's absolutely necessary?
Do you wanna respond to that? I got 4 more questions.
It's a big one.
Nobody wants to respond to that?
I guess I will. I think if you look at what the service in the winter of Parks and Rec has been, the expectation is that they are able to do the snow plowing and salting of areas that are our responsibility, so mainly the arena, township office, and that our our Public Works department focuses on our roads. At this point in time, we have done, this is our alternate solution, was to come forward with the Salter as opposed to expanding any solutions with a different truck. So this would basically give us what we have, or what we should have had today, so one functioning truck with the standing and salting abilities. If possible, if there was a way to hold it as an item with the requirement of confirming the methods or solutions, that we wouldn't spend it before, but at least it would be approved there for the year prior to when snow falls again in the fall of 2025.
I think Ron had a question.
Well, I wouldn't remove it because if you have to put it back on later, then where are we gonna find the funding, so.
It's in reserves.
If it's coming from, if it's out of reserves, it's not gonna be removed, we're just gonna do a little bit of the deep or die before we decide to go through with it, if we want it or not. Got lots of time between now and next year, to do that. You had mentioned that was some of the dry hydrants, or are you doing dry, or is that's contracted out, is it not someone else?
So we have it, Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec does, Tatlock's dry hydrant, 2 of them, and Middle, and Lantern one's in Station 2.
And it's kind of a division through the center of the municipality, whereas everything to the east would be done by Lamar Commons, and everything to everything to the west of the center is contracted out.
Back to Jeannie.
Just a quick question. First of all, when did we purchase the unit that currently is not providing the service? Is it an older unit, or is it something we bought relatively new, and did we not calculate that it wasn't going to be sufficient or big enough to do the job?
I don't have exact dates for you, Councillor, we can find that information. My understanding was it was in the range of about 2 to 3 years ago. And the specifications would have been adjusted or recommended by staff at that time who have now changed, so staff that we don't have today. But it does seem that that it was undersized for really what our use is.
So just a follow-up question through the chair. Is there any value to the unit that is no longer doing the job? So if we were to move ahead and get a new unit, would there be a cost recovery from the old unit?
Maybe a small amount of value if we were to surplus the item and sell through something like gov deals. But likely not near the cost of what we're looking at, probably a maximum of 10% of what the cost is, so maybe up to $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, question? Comment?
Yeah, just to get, for my friend, was a portable sander, 8 or 10 foot Fisher sander, you know, so that 8 foot, you want to put 10 foot in?
Sorry?
Is it 8 foot sander that you have, and you want to put a 10 foot sander, is the truck going to hold this?
So the one we have
was greenery, sorry.
The one we have right now just plugs into the receiver of the drainage of your truck, of your bumper style, right? It's not a full-size sander, right? So we're always constantly filling it up.
Yeah, okay, it makes total sense now, so you wanna go to an inbox.
We're gonna go to the inbox.
Hitting that
Salt,
over,
yeah.
so.
And the one that we're looking at right now, you take the back on to fill all of our salt and it's really good value.
Yeah, okay, sorry, great, more sense, so, well, $20,000 for this data center, so it was last year. His truck on the
Okay,
Sorry, yeah, so I did notice, on the budget that a new truck, was, originally brought forward in addition to what we have for this. So I do agree that I think a further service delivery review of what that looks like, with Public Works is required. It looks like the, Salter unit was included in the 2023 budget that was passed in August for $4,500, so as far as the residual value, probably was not a lot. But I do agree that I think it's part of a bigger discussion, because we're having a hard time replacing the capital we have, so if we're adding another truck and another plow and another Salter unit, what does that look like as opposed to working with Public Works?
I totally agree, as long as putting the standard of providing in the truck as over the passenger down the truck.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I gave certainly more information to that and, some pricing on it. Okay, we're gonna take another break and then come back in 5 minutes, sure.
Where's lunch?
I got some food.
Everybody's probably fading, I know I am.
We don't have much left at home.
No, we got lunch already here.
We got some lunch,
Just go over there.
it is not dairy free. My apologies. I didn't know yet. I'm just sharing. I saw you eating the chocolate, but that doesn't mean that you're not.
She's like, we get that all the time, where people are like,
Oh, yeah.
Take a quick. Okay, Nicole? Just to revisit the, capital item just for a minute. So the Salter plow truck, since the time the original budget was put together with the numbers in January, that was an estimate. We were able to get a cost through the commute program, where we think we can reduce that down to 15,000 from 20. But the sense is that, so then we'd be able to have one truck, one Salter, for Parks and Rec that would do the function that is expected within our regular services that Parks and Rec has provided for years, at least the last number of years, last couple of years. So that's just a bit of an update if we wanted to reduce that amount.
Councilor Roberts? Yeah, thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, that's the down to 50. I had a conversation with Dean Hans from Public Works, and it makes total sense now. The unit that we're talking about is a receiver mounted little bucket with a hole enough aggregator salt for a small neighborhood mailbox or something. So it's a totally different application what they're doing with it. An 8-foot slide in or a 10-foot slide in, poly sander, 2 guys can load it. It turns the truck from, a small sanding operation and start. It makes total sense now. All the deliberation in my head. It makes total sense with just some more details as we get to more details for the line items. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just a long size and the application is wrong for I would be with 15.
okay, there's a suggestion we move it to 15. And that's gonna be moved by Steve, seconded by Ron Close, Councilor Close, all in favor? You're showing your hands again, folks.
It's a very moment.
Okay, that's carried.
Okay, so with that, I think we will shift into the Parks and Rec operating, which will be 45 of the agenda. Don't have the budget number to get there, just a second. 41 of the. So again, the only change on the salaries and benefits is just what's increasing, based on, that amount bargained for the year and the LTD premium increase. I'm just going through a list here, some list. Rhonda, I might need some help from, if possible, on the changes in the general operating expenditures. On the, no, never mind. In this case, we're actually able to reduce some of the costs down from where we were previously, just based on past spend, based on the 2024 numbers, those actually came down. And then we did have amounts in for municipal grants, Frosty Fling going forward, and some costs around the community centers.
Rhonda has a question.
No question, I can't remember what meeting it was, maybe just Tuesday night. Marina had asked about, the fireworks. Yeah, so it's in this budget, it's a new item, line 48, $1,500.
Yeah, perfect. And just to follow up on that one, through your chair, do we apply for the Get Away grant to cover that? Or it just comes out of our budget? There is a grant we can apply.
We can certainly look into grant opportunities. I'll make a note to the manager when she returns.
Steve?
Just on that note, if it's going to the tax rate, that's, it's not a big deal, but it is where it's coming from. What do we advertise that for the entire township and make it a Lander Highlands event instead of just the?
Yeah.
Is that what we do?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, other than that, I think I was just open to questions. I don't have anything else to specifically note.
Okay, I just wanted to bring attention to line 15, I think it is, health and safety. There was discussion, a lot of discussion last year around AEDs, and there is in the budget this year for 2 AEDs to be purchased, one for each ball field. This was discussed heavily at the Recreation Advisory Committee, and everyone was in support of it, and so I just wanted to bring the attention to that, and I know that Chelsea has a plan to replace aging ones, and she's also working with the MPP to get some funding, so I just wanted to mention that.
And just to expand on that as well, there is a hydro grant that you're applying for that would cover a replacement of our AEDs, so in that case, if we were successful on that, my understanding is it would reduce that requirement for this year's budget.
I have another question or comment. Does anyone know the agreement that we have with ActiveNet? So this was the booking software that came highly recommended last year. I know Chelsea might not be able to speak to it because she was on maternity leave, but I can speak to it from a baseball perspective on being the board I am on the board of Lander Cattle Baseball League. It is not user-friendly at all. And I, in some conversations with staff, it was incredibly difficult to work with, so I just wondered where our contract is at, and I'll leave it at that.
This year, refer to
But when do we break the contract?
My apologies, I don't have that level of detail right now. I do understand and have heard similar mixed reviews or, so that's what I would like to see is possibly a staff report come back, if we could arrange that through a motion.
Yes. I will make the motion that staff could bring back a report on the, let's say, an annual review of the ActiveNet booking system.
cost benefit?
Cost benefit, yes. Thank you. Nicole, that's good?
So that's moved by Marina. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Close, all in favor? Carries. Councillor Roberts, question?
Just a small item here, the line, or like one line, we just had a conversation, discussion about clothing allowance. Is this line 26, staff clothing allowance, is that in addition to what we were speaking to on the,
What is it?
$3,000?
Yep.
Just a second, I'm coming.
Sorry.
It'll be adjusted next year.
It'll be coming to the February 8th meeting, correct? Or April?
Yeah, yeah, so through the chair, so that budget was, basically doubled this year because of the new hire for having 2 Parks and Rec staff. And that amount equated to what had been, spent for the collective agreement that was in place at the time. We were able to use, assuming everything passes through, use the new collective agreement terms to determine the budget for 2026. Right, yeah.
Marina, back to Marina.
I just wanted to, just a clarification, so the 2 full-time staff as well as arena staff that are hired as part-time, so there is full-time and part-time component to the total.
I'm reading up something new, is that okay? Yeah. Going back to the fob system for the fuel, I realize that, Chief Rubble had brought up that it is likely going to be several $1,000s. So could I put forward a motion that staff bring back a report on looking into the fob system, in anticipation of planning for the 2026 budget?
Rhonda wants to respond to that?
Well, I'm not opposed to the report, and that's not what I wanted to mention, it's just that it is noted on line 18.
Yeah.
In the notes that they are already looking into that, so.
2 years.
Oh.
Right to the top.
Okay, I see.
And back to Allison.
Thank you, Chair. So at the meeting, where the hanging baskets came, I think that was in February, that's why I know January. I don't know why I was in February. So, we had included that, the community affairs were going to reach out to the, I don't recall if it's all the community halls, but the museums for sure, and ask them about the hanging baskets that they would look after. Has those costs been included as well? Because the 13 looks like it's just what we approved for the hanging baskets in the village, because it was 12.7. So I just wanna make sure, because I know that Middlewood Museum said, yes, we'll look after them, we'd love to have them, so I just wanna make sure that that's included.
Do you know, Rhonda?
I do not.
Okay.
But I made a note, so
Okay, thank you.
make sure.
The last piece is the arena, 54 of the agenda. Oh, sorry, guys.
I have more other things, more questions.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself then.
Maybe just my interpretation is wrong here. Again, sorry, we're on line. 42 there has White Lake Recreation Center heat of, in 2024 was 601, but there's nothing for, so we're not paying for heat for this year,
Go now. Line 42, there's 2 lines. Line 42? There's hydro and heat, yeah.
Is hydro the heat, is it electric?
So I think that question is directed to Rhonda.
It might just be because 24 is at the end.
Why is there
No, but there's no budget number.
for next year?
That was my question.
It was, in the 41 hydro section, there was $1,100. $1,192.30 was the amount of the budget, that was 1,100, budget again, so Say not, but there's nothing for the heat.
Well, that's,
I just have, this is a bit of an assumption, but I know that our, agreements were renewed this year, and the White Hall was a new agreement that had kind of had been formalized, up to last year. So typically, halls would pay their own heat, as far as I understand, but the hydro would be covered by us. So in this case, that change could have taken place for 2025, where they'd be responsible for the heat, but would get, a grant from the township to cover it.
That's right.
Okay, Marina,
Thank you, Chair. Through you, this is another question regarding baseball and ball diamond rental revenues. So because I'm on the board of the Lanark Cattle Baseball League, I'm at the meetings when we approve budgets and field costs, and our budgeted amount, which I know is not actual, but was closer to the $10,000 mark. So I'm just wondering, and that's only one league, there's 4 leagues that operate out of these diamonds. So I just feel that and again, it might just be because 2024 is not done, but I do foresee that to be more revenue coming in, or at least it should be based on what we budgeted for.
any thoughts on that?
Number 1. 2024.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Through you, Bill. Chair. I don't have a seconder on Marina's motion, but staff report for the gas pod system. And
This is on.
we have not.
Close.
Thank you.
The question is, I guess, wondering why the ball diamond revenues is so low.
It might just be because it's not done.
Yeah, I'm still working on 2024, so I wouldn't really rely on these numbers 100%.
Okay. So we are being asked to sign up on
No, you're not being asked to sign up for 2024 actuals. No. Only the 25 budget.
that. And I think the suggestion was that it might be a little low, that's all I was just trying to say.
Oh, the 2025 budget?
Yeah.
I don't know what it should be though, so.
But she's saying her ball lane alone puts in 10, close to 10.
We can wait on Chelsea, maybe it's just a note for Chelsea.
Okay.
And I just, through you, Chair, I just did a quick, rate that the president of the association was given that may come up, and, just a quick math, I think that it might be low.
All right, any other points, Jeannie?
Sorry, just a quick question. There's online, it's new, oh, and this is new, 24. It's a maintenance for the play structures. Is that for all play structures, or is that for the new one that's here in the village? Because it's not really a play structure per se, it's a swing set up at Centennial Park. So is that $2,000 gonna take in any play structure that we have in the township?
Yeah, I'm not sure on maintenance either. I do know that we had a small grant that was received, it was $2,000-$2,500, that was added in late in the year, last year, for the new play structure area specifically, with the expectation that we'd be able to enhance either, accessibility. We've also talked about, improving lighting, reducing like safety with the vandalism issues. So that would be my thought, is that amount translates to.
Just for that play structure, not for the one at Centennial Park?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, really, going through the 22, would that $2,000 not just go to reserve, you don't have a reserve for maintenance for recreational village, is that related?
My understanding is that the manager has a plan of what she intends to do with the $2,000 for this year. I just don't have the exact details of what it is for.
All right, others?
Any other questions on Parks and Recreation operating before we move to the interim? Okay, so yeah, that is on 54 of the agenda package, which translates to 50 of the budget package?
Yes, 50 of the budget, 54 of the package.
So again, as everything increased to wages and benefits, our materials cost on our canteen is just with price increases, year over year and inflation. Office supplies, that again was able to be adjusted based on actual spend, so there's a reduction there. And other than that, again, regular increases for things like heating and costs that have gone up over the years. And then we did adjust our user fees last year, so there's a bit of a change that came through with that, but any questions on this? And other than that, it's fairly business as usual on the arena.
Councillor Roberts?
I know it's a fluid situation with the arena, with their development and stuff, but is there any way that we are thinking that we can possibly get that piece somewhat self-supporting? So that we're putting a lot of repairs money in
I think it's difficult because the costs of running an arena are significant, particularly in the winter months when you're running in shelter and things like that. And also when you're setting rates, if you run the risk, if you go too high, that the people will come. So it's a really fine balancing line. In my experience, arenas do not pay for themselves at all. It's a community service that you're providing with the expectation that there will be a cost to the taxpayer.
Yeah, I understand that, it's just that when there's needs that are being deferred or negotiated because of costs, and then you see that sort of like a want, I mean, arena is always a staff sure to have an arena in the township or a town, or all ourselves, but I mean, it's just such a burden to carry for a lot of people that are complaining about things that are on their basic service level. That's why I know they're getting more efficient or carry it, that's way too late.
Yeah, I'm not sure that any arenas pay for themselves short of the NHL, but there probably are some things we can do to enhance revenues. And I think we're slowly turning the corner in that direction. I think some of the plans, some of us voted against to expand the arena and fix it up, we'll have a whole second floor available for revenue and functions and things like that. So there are some things in the works.
That's why
To close that gap.
that's why it's important that they were done correctly and compliance with things, if we were looking at the ability to do that, to make sure that they were actually fulfilling this function or the other thing, because affordability is something that's in a great thing, we look at what we're doing with fire services and we're doing things that are spiraling. Some of these things are now becoming apparent that they're very burdened on the taxpayer.
Okay, Ron, does have his hand up?
Thank you, through the chair. I think it's hard to argue about economic development and stuff like that, and then you're talking about, possibly you don't wanna have an arena because the taxpayers are gonna have to fund it a little bit. I think it's a drawing card, it's something that people want in the municipality, and it brings people to the area to say, well, wow, look at this beautiful facility here that we get to use. Even if it costs a little bit of cost, I understand, I get the argument that you want it to be user paid, but it never has. And I was on council in Latter Village, it was Latter Village, and it never did then. It never paid for itself, so it's not going to. The best we can do is do as much as we can to mitigate the costs, and go from there, and I think we're trying to do that. part of the thing is, I know it's gonna take some money to revitalize it, but once you revitalize it, it should cut down on some of the maintenance costs that we've been paying on a pretty steady basis, so, I think that was part of the problem in the past, when they did do renovations, they tried to do it as cheaply as possible, and that comes back to bite you in the end, so you gotta do it to, everything's gonna pass and gonna, be long lasting as you can, so.
That's a good point. Allison actually had a great example of how by investing in new trucks, we reduced maintenance by, it sounds like $200,000 just on those items. Reba, Claire, and then Allison.
Yeah, a number of years ago, it used to be used a lot in the summertime for rentals for weddings and whatnot, and then the Civitan kind of took that over and took a run on that. But the other side of the coin is, how do you put a price on kids having fun? If it's not there, they're, probably destructing something else too, so you can't win, you can't lose.
Allison and Jean.
Thank you, Chair. So again, Rhonda, because you come from the city mills, what would be like a typical deficit with the arena? Just because we're looking at 340,000 plus, is that typical or more,
We had two facilities that we operated when Patrick was going on, and to be fair, I can go back and look at budgets, but I haven't been there in 3 years and I don't recall the total, but it was significant.
Okay.
Right. I'm not sure that it was at this level though. I think we had more functions in our halls, that helped offset some of the costs.
Okay. And Chair, sorry, and I didn't mean to push you on the spot, I just didn't know if you kind of move off the top of your head, they're like only 150 or something. So, with that, I think that's my thing, is that I would just, if we can, from a couple other facilities, if we could just kind of have that come back to say what a typical deficit is, because arenas don't normally make money, but what's typical, and also, I think Councilor Summers has asked before about like summer programming and volleyball or pickleball or things like that during the summer months. There's obviously potential, I wasn't sure what a typical deficit was for arena.
Okay. Jeannie and then Marina.
So, I seem to remember there was a discussion, a few years ago about the arena and what attracted, or what would attract people. And we talked about, having families come here, to keep our schools going, to increase, growth. And I think the arena is a focal point for families, not only just young people, like you say, but having fun, but if and when the expansion happens and the second floor opens, I think it can be utilized by all groups, not just children, but seniors, because it is our community center for the village, so. I think it's an important key, yes, it's a cost, but I think it's money well spent.
And back to Marina.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was just gonna comment about how I think that it could be utilized a lot more. I know that the manager Chelsea had started to explore some of those things before she had gone on mat leave. One of the barriers is you need to pay staff to operate these programs, but I do think that it is worth investigating. I also think it's important to note that I've asked for a wholesome conversation around the Recreation Advisory Committee terms of reference, because many other townships have Recreation Advisory Committees or Recreation Committees that are running programming in the township as volunteers. And so I think that it needs to come to council so that we can set direction as to what we are looking for, and then that can snowball into, do we have interested volunteers? The reason I'm bringing it up at budget time is there's currently no budget for the Recreation Advisory Committee. So Frosty Fling is one tiny piece of that does have a bit of budget from fundraising, but we can't put on events, we can't do anything without a budget. So if I can make a motion that the Recreation Advisory Committee terms of reference and direction comes to a future meeting for direction, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, do we have a seconder to that? That's seconded by Councilor Post. All in favor of the motion? That's carried. Thank you. I think we've covered the arena.
And then we'll move quickly to museums, 51 of the agenda package, 47 of the budget package. The only thing that, and I believe Rhonda mentioned this in the changes to the budget, was the addition of the Dalhousie Library receiving community grants, so an additional $2,500 for that, so that's the change to the line item under community grants. And my understanding is that is the most significant change for this year, so any other questions on the museums?
I think it's great that the library is getting sponsored as well. Thank you. Any comments? No comments? Onwards.
Just to, again, touch on cemeteries, I don't really have any changes, I believe it's business as usual on here. I just wanted to give the opportunity to council if there was any comments on cemeteries.
Alison?
Thank you, Chair, and I again realize 2024 isn't completed. If 2024, once completed, still has a substantial difference between the budget and actual, can we put some aside for a cemetery, we may need to change policy as well, but for a cemetery reserve, just because if anything happens that some headstones get broke, things like that, and we start putting that away, I don't want it to get lost in the surplus somewhere else.
Good motion.
It is one of the things that I'll be bringing forward to you in May likely. We need to amend the cemetery bylaw. Currently, we're not collecting enough on the care and maintenance to augment our care and maintenance fund. So that is gonna be something that will be coming forward. And myself and Lillian are doing a cemetery tour. Gonna be taking some photographs and just doing a little bit of reconnaissance about the things that need to be looked at and improved. And then meeting with the individual groups of folks who operate some of the other sites and sharing with them some of our results, so.
Do we know how many?
Doing that after dark.
Do we know how many cemeteries are in Atlantic Highlands?
We have 8 that are. That we maintain and we're have a party to.
So do you guys want a motion from us to, just so we can start establishing a reserve for okay, so I'll make a motion to, any surplus from cemeteries to get, moved into a reserve for cemeteries, moving forward to establish that, savings.
I would second that.
Moved and seconded. Steve, comment?
I'll second it, and I'll make a comment. What are we doing right now if we have a need for that? Where does the we have this scramble? If there was need for a cemetery, say there was something on the pasture, you need $30,000 benches on cargo for that.
We haven't done
Do we have any kind of coverage for that?
All of the cemetery, it was my limited knowledge so far and not gone deep enough yet, hence the reason for the tour this summer and experience working with some of the cemetery boards. All of the cemeteries are required to have a care and maintenance fund with which to do those minor repairs. Maybe a bit too early to share, but at a coming closed session meeting, there will be some news that I will be able to share. Regarding good news, regarding one of our cemeteries.
I'll second Alison, we should have a reserve.
Okay, I think it may have been seconded already.
Yeah, that's okay.
So we're good, I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
That's all I have noted under facilities. Now, I know there are a couple other areas that I don't know if there's any wish for comments on or how one wants to proceed. There's police,
Animal control.
animal control, bylaw questions. Well, I guess that, I was just saying, I will open it to any remaining miscellaneous sections that don't fall under our typical department.
Okay, so we'll start with Ron.
Well, I just your question on policing, as it was one of the things that was highlighted in the budget survey. As far as, okay, we don't have really a lot of options, but I think people are worried about possibly about their services. We can get more information about that I could take to a police services board meeting, if there is issues. But that's, something I would need to know to move forward, so.
What service they want, or what's it?
Well, what are they talking about when they're, like, policing was one of the ones they listed. And that would be the only avenue for us as council, would be to go through the police services board to bring any of that stuff forward, so.
Steve, Steered and then Reaper.
And the budget survey, produced results that were expected. Did we have this information prior to commencing the budget finalization, or is this gonna be information that will be used for 2026 budget?
Through you, the survey results are in front of council now, will be in front of the public shortly. The budget will next go to committee of the whole, so yes, these results can inform your decision making when we're looking for approval at committee of the whole and ultimately at council. We will be undertaking an additional survey in the fall in alignment with our new and much earlier budget process. So it'll seem two surveys in kind of rapid succession, in that we will be probably getting this survey going again in perhaps as early as September.
Super, right, I think, we get ahead and get our budget, we're starting budget deliberations in January, so we can get one going for, end of February, March, I think that would be more acceptable to our ratepayers for sure.
Okay, Council.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure, so our bylaw enforcement contract, are we locked in for a certain amount of time? I think, again, obviously it's not showing anything for 2024, we're not done 2024. I know I've received a number of complaints of non-response. So I just didn't know, like, where we kind of sit with that situation. And I'm not saying, just because we're getting complaints of non-response doesn't mean they're actually not responding, but then whenever I see nothing, and I'll wait till 2024 year end. So maybe nobody actually called to make complaints. But I'm just wondering where we're kind of sitting with that because, or potentially outsourcing to a different company or other options, I guess.
I think that would be an excellent one to table as something to come forward from staff as a service review of the bylaw and contract.
Yeah, and thank you, Allison. I did take a look quickly while we were on break with respect to that contract. We signed the contract in 2021, so it is probably time that we perhaps take a hard look at that service and the provision of that service. I will share though that when I do receive a complaint, the bylaw is informed immediately. So I think important reminder to those residents that if you are noticing issues both from animal control and property standards, you should be reaching out to me and formally raising and making that complaint so that I can send bylaw out to investigate.
Cheers. Sorry guys, and just I just don't want it to fall on like a fire chief or somebody who really it shouldn't be their responsibility, to make sure that the contractor is doing that.
Yeah. So, this is more to do with the animal control. So, I know that Laws has gone to a great cost of revamping their building, they've got a new board. I'm just wondering if, how long we locked into the animal control contract we have, because there may be an option to maybe get town services or whatever through Laws now, which we couldn't do before because they were so, disorganized.
I I would agree. Again, I did have a chance to look through the report where we agreed to the pound services we currently have. There was a discrepancy in cost between laws and our current service provider. Certainly something that we can look at as we're looking at bylaw control. So we can take a look at that moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of things, we did have laws 8 or 10 years ago, it was very expensive. They had a clause in it, they could spend $1,000 on an animal without any approval whatsoever, and then they broke the contract because I think it got parvovirus or something in the building, so they broke the contract, which was good for us. But when Anita was the pound and the dog catcher, she said the internet was taking care of it, Facebook was the groups, this missing dog, and back home again, so the dog's gone before she gets there, basically is what happened. And I wanted to go back to the cemeteries, didn't get seen, I guess. I thought there was a perpetual, fund of some sort that people would pay in when they bought a plot. And it's extremely hard to use it, I think, what I understand, but it's very, very few things you can use on.
That's correct.
That's to be sure. Okay. Anybody else have anything else for Good Kiwanis?
Are we gonna look at this to the changes or?
No, we're done looking at budgets, this is where we're at, so, I've got a couple of question marks, so the ball diamond revenue.
Sorry, I should be in the microphone.
The ball diamond revenue is still a question mark, because I'm not sure. And so the only other question then is, are we comfortable with 1.4, or do we need to make some cuts, or where are we at?
We know what our surplus or deficit situation is for a year end.
Right.
Not yet.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, so that's the 4.55 of the new number for tax rate change plus the 1.4.
Right.
So I'm happy to make that motion to bring that to Cal.
We have a motion on the floor, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Marina. Any further discussion?
Do we have an inkling of whether we'll have, will we have an inkling of whether we'll have those numbers, year-end numbers, will be pushed on, we're having the deficit or something? If you were on the time, you should be able to bring that.
I mentioned earlier in the meeting that both years do have a surplus. However, they remain unaudited, so I'm a little hesitant to announce in open session what they are at this point, because auditors can change numbers. I know I'm being a little bit cagey, but that's just my feeling. Because this municipality has had
Issues.
I'm just a little hesitant to announce it in open session.
Well, just a general question, is ever in a statement, a surplus with those funds go to reduce the tax rate increase or reserves?
That would be the will of council, but my preference is that it would go for capital replacement or other requirements of the municipality for the future.
Just seeing that we had double-digit budget or rate increases with other budget, I think we can get a spin on what our repair doing.
Okay, you're Brandon?
Thank you, Chair. I think that if I did quick math, we'd be looking at a 5.95 increase. I think that given the other tax rates that Rhonda brought to us last meeting when we did the first initial go-at budget, we're right in the middle. So I think that that is completely realistic. I'm happy to see that we put a little bit more into fire reserves today, because otherwise we could be looking at another big increase next year. I would be prepared to add or amend the motion today that if we are in a surplus, that a report comes back to allocate which reserves we're gonna put them in, but I'm not in agreement of decreasing the levy. I think we said it today, and we move on. For cap.
Yeah. just a comment to that is that, if we're seen to be overtaxing our ratepayers, it diminishes our accountability and our reputation of our ratepayers.
So we have a motion with a friendly or maybe not so friendly amendment, whatever Allison thinks. Do you want to alter your motion or do you want to go ahead with your motion?
No, thanks, I was gonna say, the overtaxing portion, we still have to keep in mind that, this budget includes partial wages. So
Yeah.
surplus can also be put aside to help increment that in, over time as well. So I think that we have to trust Rhonda's gonna bring forward some really good allocation of the surplus.
Okay, so to conclude then, as I understand it, a report will come back to us in some way if there is a surplus, saying here's what I recommend you do with it. We'll have a discussion.
Do you wanna say something? You might wanna.
I just wanna say that, I understand the point about taxation. I feel that this is a fair budget, trying to correct some issues that have gone on in the past. Also though, we look at an asset management plan that is going to show that we are significantly underfunding our capital replacement, and we are going to need tax increases, this one and probably much more in the future.
Yeah, there's that, plus the fact we don't know for 2026 for the police if they're going to give us the reduction they gave us for 25. That way you're looking at about $500,000 extra if they don't give us that reduction for next year.
Yeah, lots of unknowns. Let's wrap up this year and we'll deal with next year tomorrow. Any further comments? I would just say that I think everybody did a really good job.
That's all I was gonna say.
Good discussions.
Great,
Yeah, there is a motion, we haven't voted on it.
There's a motion there.
There's a motion.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, you have Allison and Maria seconded. To go
So, is it the suggested motion I'm looking at, or is it slightly different?
I don't know what's the one.
Look at the one in the agenda.
Oh, that's the draft budget version you received as information, but we'll have another one that tables that, and that will be the budget that comes forward in your package for the committee of the whole for ultimate decision.
So how is our motion worded then?
It's not worded very well. But it will be.
Okay, so we're including,
What's wrong, Steve?
so I'll make the motion to include the 1.4% increase based on the
Yes.
discussions today,
Yeah.
to the 4.55%.
Grass fire.
And we're good.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
That's carried.
So I would just like to thank staff, and Rhonda, like all the work you've done to make at this point to us this early. We truly do appreciate it. I know we asked a lot of questions, but it's because of previous years. So I do appreciate, I just wanna let you guys know, I truly do appreciate everything that you've done.
Ditto.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Now you just need to adjourn.
Do we?
Oh, yeah.
Adjourn this meeting somehow?
Yeah.
Second page.
Yeah.
I have suggested motion that the meeting adjourn at 1:47. Moved by, 57, moved by Steve, seconded by Ron, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
All right, and we still got part of the day done.
I thought we did earlier.
Yeah, there was questions that things I didn't expect there to be questions about.
Just ringing.
Who's ringing? Oh, like, oh, I think I left, I was like, I don't even know where my phone is. I think I left it in the
It always does.
All right.
Timing, hey, just finished in time for a fire.
Is that what it is? Is it a fire?
It's fire, something, I don't know.
You know if I'm going to.
Or wait,
Did you use having one or we use?
we were, it was a bus fire yesterday, back when we were.
Yeah, the back of them, was it a structure fire?